Chapter 639. The power structure of the fourth universe gradually became clearer. The human camp. There were a total of 3 heavenly venerables. They were Heavenly Venerate Ming, Heavenly Venerate Liu, and Heavenly Venerate Lai Shan. Although a portion of the Tao Lords had left, there were still 156 of them left. Among them, Jiang Ci and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments were invincible Tao Lords in the primal universe. The alliance of the demon and ghost clans. There were a total of 2 heavenly venerables. They were Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerate Yang Due. A portion of the Tao Lords had also left. However, they were the alliance of 2 pinnacle races and had brought many vassal races with them. In the end, there were only 389 Tao Lords left. The Myriad Races Alliance. There were a total of 5 heavenly venerables. They were Patriarch Demonheart, Heavenly Venerate Sanchi, Tao Lord Jade Soul, and other lone heavenly venerables. There were a total of 683 Tao Lords. In terms of overall strength, they absolutely crushed the first 2 camps. Even though the human camp and the alliance had different amounts of 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures, they could not compete with the number of experts of the Myriad Races Alliance. Moreover, who knew if the Myriad Races Alliance did not secretly hide any 7th grade or 8th grade supreme treasures? The current situation was that whichever side the Myriad Races Alliance joined would win. They could control the situation of this war. Human territory, Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. The Myriad Races Alliance, the Alliance. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments stood in front of the palace railings and looked at the endless galaxy. His eyes were filled with worry. They are all waiting for the human race's reply. They are all vainly trying to obtain more information about the inheritance. How can one become a heavenly venerate? How can one cultivate to the limit of a heavenly venerate? If these inheritances are really given to them and spread, it would be equivalent to telling all the major factions about the 8 Clouds inheritance. If we do that, what's the point of Jiang Ci fighting desperately for the inheritance in the 8 Clouds ruins? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was indeed very troubled. Jiang Ci had already told the upper echelons of the human race that the source of the changes in the 4th universe and the crisis of the human race was not within this universe. Instead, it was in the primal realm's Chaos Sea, the 2 sacred grounds, and the upper realm. Of course, these were only the hidden dangers. As long as these human powerhouses did not leave the 4th universe, the many forces in the Chaos Sea would not be able to threaten them. The human race only needed to solve the crisis within the 4th universe. With the 8 Clouds inheritance, even if they did not go to the Chaos Sea for a short time, they could become more powerful. By then, they would not need to fear the various forces in the Chaos Sea. However, the problem was that the crisis in front of them was not easy to solve. Since they knew about the emergence of the Myriad Races Alliance, it was very likely that they were manipulated by the hand behind the scenes. In that case, it was not hard to guess that the alliance of 10,000 races might also have a large number of 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures. With such a large number of experts and so many 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures, it was impossible for the human camp to win. Are we really going to give them the legacy information? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head. No one would be willing to do that. Based on what Jiang Ci could see, the 8 Clouds legacy could be divided into 2 parts for humans. The first part was a system of training from low to high, which would allow the race to more efficiently produce Tao Lords. The second part was the method to allow Tao Lords to cultivate to the Heavenly Venerate level, as well as the information regarding the legacies that would allow them to reach the Heavenly Venerate level. Now, what the alliance of 10,000 races wanted was the second part. With the help of the 8 Clouds inheritance, the human race might be able to produce close to 1,000 Tao Lords in the future. However, there were close to 700 Tao Lords in the alliance of 10,000 races now. With such a large base, once the alliance of 10,000 races received the cultivation guidance, they might be able to produce more celestial venerables, or even 1 or 2 invincible celestial venerables. In that case, the 8 Clouds inheritance that Jiang Ci had risked his life to obtain would be taken advantage of by the other races. After all, the human race would need a long time to benefit from the 8 Clouds inheritance. As long as the alliance of 10,000 races obtained it, they would be able to benefit from it. In that case, I might as well fight to the death. The other races won't be able to get anything at all. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's eyes were filled with determination. At most, we'll implement the Tinder plan. The human elites will enter Tomorrow Venerable's miniature universe, and the high-level great beings will enter the ancient Tao source world. We'll lay low for a period of time. When the human race is strong enough, we'll take back our original territory and even occupy the entire fourth universe. Of course, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments understood that this was the last resort. The situation hadn't reached that stage yet. The so-called United Camp and the alliance of 10,000 races couldn't keep their great beings together forever. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the winding corridor below, interrupting Tao Lord Nine Firmament's thoughts. It was Jiang Ci, dressed in black armor. Shua. Master. Jiang Ci stepped in front of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and bowed. Has your realm stabilized? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments chuckled, hiding his previous worries. He knew that Jiang Ci had recently broken through and had officially become a Tao Lord. Unfortunately, if this had happened before the alliance of 10,000 races appeared, Jiang Ci's breakthrough would have brought about a great turning point in this war. Now, Jiang Ci's strength alone couldn't change anything in the face of the alliance of 10,000 races. Yes, it's stabilized. Jiang Ci nodded, then asked, Master, I saw that you seemed a little troubled just now. Are you worried about the upcoming final war? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't hide anything and sighed. How can I not be troubled? The alliance of 10,000 races is a huge variable. It's like a thorn stuck in the throat of our human race. It hurts to swallow it, and it hurts to spit it out. Then what do you mean, Master? Jiang Ci asked. You risked your life to obtain the Eight Clouds inheritance. It's the hope of our human race's future. If we agree to their request, wouldn't it be letting them off too easily? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments snorted coldly. Why don't we fight to the death and use the bright universe and the ancient Tao origin world as our foundation? Moreover, if anyone dares to destroy our human race's territory, the higher-ups of our human race can also attack their territory. It's better than letting them off too easily. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was filled with killing intent. Jiang Ci nodded slightly and made up his mind. He then smiled. Master, I have an idea. An idea? Master, my true body is stronger than my avatar, and I have a primordial spirit attack mystic art. This mystic art can target the primordial spirits of Tao Lords and cause them to fall into a daze. Jiang Ci gave a simple explanation of the primordial spirit attack techniques in Cloud Extinguisher. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes lit up, but then he frowned. Once the battle begins, it's very unlikely that hundreds or thousands of Tao Lords will gather together. The range of your primordial spirit attack shouldn't be too large, right? Indeed, it isn't large. Jiang Ci nodded and smiled. That's why we need to give them a reason to gather together. If the battle begins, I can face them alone. That way, it's very likely that they'll gather together. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head repeatedly. That's not advisable. Let's not talk about whether or not the alliance of 10,000 races will join the alliance. Even if the alliance of 10,000 races joins the alliance, you won't be able to withstand their combined attack. Don't worry, Master. I'm confident. Jiang Ci smiled confidently. Confident? Master, do you still remember Triple Mountain? Are you talking about the incomplete supreme treasure with the ability to transform into armor? That's right. There's something I haven't told you. Actually, Triple Mountain is a part of Mount Shenhuang. I've already refined Mount Shenhuang by chance. After transforming into armor, this supreme treasure has reached the peak of Tier 9. It has both the functions of an armor supreme treasure and an primordial spirit supreme treasure. Therefore, even if 1,000 Tao Lords attack me, they won't be able to hurt me. Jiang Ci said confidently. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was stunned. He stared at Jiang Ci with wide eyes, unable to calm down for a long time. For the usually calm Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, it was rare for him to be shocked for such a long time. This. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and calmed down after a long time. Although the situation in the fourth universe was tense, The humans were still paying attention to the situation in the Chaos Sea. Therefore, he naturally knew about the disappearance of Mount Shenhuang not long ago. But he didn't expect that it was his disciple who did it. Mount Shenhuang was one of the 3 most dangerous lands in the Chaos Sea. It had stood in the Chaos Sea for a long time. Everyone knew that it was a legendary supreme treasure and wanted to refine it. Over the endless years, even the 2 supremes had failed, but now, his disciple had succeeded. Jiang Xi played it down and said that he refined it by chance. What kind of opportunity was that? I don't understand you anymore. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments sighed. Haha, I'm me. I'm Jiang Xi, Dao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race. I'm Master's disciple. Jiang Xi laughed. Alright, since you're so confident, we'll follow your plan and launch a counterattack. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed. Master, the situation might be better than we expected, Jiang Xi said. Yes, let the Myriad Races Alliance choose whether to help us or the Alliance. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. Previously, he had been hesitating. After all, if they fought to the death, the development of the human race would definitely be very slow in the future. They would have to endure for a long time. The Tinder plan was definitely the worst plan. And although Jiang Xi's plan was crazy, he could fight hundreds or even thousands of Dao Lords alone and an unknown number of Heavenly Venerables. But this was the primal universe. Even if Heavenly Venerables were invincible, it would be difficult for them to break through Jiang Xi's defenses. Therefore, this crazy plan could still be realized. Afterward, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments gathered the upper echelons of the human race to discuss this matter. Together with Heavenly Venerable Ming, he found Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram and discussed it. In the end, everyone agreed to the plan. Since that was the case, let's do it. Let's have a great battle. In the headquarters of the Myriad Races Alliance, a huge astral continent floated in the starry sky covered by golden waves. In the sky above the astral continent, more than 600 thrones were gathered. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. When these 600 auras gathered together, the power produced caused the surrounding spacetime to distort. The Dao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance had been waiting for the humans' reply. Just now, the human emissary had come to reply. We humans are willing to bestow upon you the legacy information of Dao Lords cultivating to become Heavenly Venerables. This is the limit of what we can agree to. Whether you accept it or not, there is no need for further discussion. If you accept it, join our side and fight against the combined forces of the monsters and ghosts. The human emissary's reply was very straightforward. Whether you accept it or not is up to the Myriad Races Alliance to decide. This reply caused the 5 Heavenly Venerables and 683 Dao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance to gather together and begin a discussion. This is the humans' reply. Everyone present should know. Even if there are a few who don't know, I'm sure you'll understand after speaking with the other Dao Lords. Even so, what should we choose? Everyone, tell us. The humans are too arrogant. They don't take our Myriad Races Alliance seriously at all. Right now, in the entire 4th universe, our Myriad Races Alliance is the strongest. Without our help, they'll definitely be defeated. What exactly is the humans relying on? Given the current situation, how dare they be so arrogant and leave no way out? They're courting death. Immediately, some of the more irascible Dao Lords began to roar. Ever since the Myriad Races Alliance had been established, they felt that their status in the 4th universe had changed. They were no longer the races that needed to rely on peak races to survive, but the powerful Myriad Races Alliance. They were certain that the humans would definitely ask them for help, so they were filled with confidence. But this time, the humans' reply had greatly exceeded their expectations. These experts who had just turned the tables were naturally enraged. At this moment, not only were there Dao Lords roaring angrily, but there were also some Dao Lords conversing in secret. Kushinyu, what is your faction thinking? What are they thinking? Actually, for us Dao Lords, becoming Heavenly Venerables is what we need the most right now. As for becoming a peak Heavenly Venerate, that's too far away from us. In our Myriad Races Alliance, The ones who want to become peak heavenly venerables the most are probably the 5 heavenly venerables. If it's just us, the humans' offer is actually enough. I think so too. But the 5 heavenly venerables definitely won't agree so easily, especially Patriarch Demon Heart. That's right. There are also some fellows who were once bullied by peak races and are now bursting with confidence. They think they're amazing now and are standing on Patriarch Demonheart's side. The 5 heavenly venerables led by Patriarch Demonheart sat atop the 5 black thrones at the very top, expressionless as they watched the many Tao Lords debate. Patriarch Demonheart swept his gaze across the densely packed figures and sneered in his heart. The Myriad Races Alliance seems enormous, but in truth, there are many factions within it and it's very chaotic. Some races have life-and-death grudges against each other. It's only because of the pressure from these 2 factions that they agreed to form an alliance. Some of these factions are too radical and overconfident. Some are cowardly and still look up to peak races like they did in the past, not daring to offend them. Some are calm, some are crafty. Patriarch Demonheart mused to himself, if I want the humans to hand over the legacies for reaching peak heavenly venerables, I'll have to make them all listen to me. I'll have them all stand on my side on this issue. Tao Lords had incredibly long lifespans, and this matter was of utmost importance. There were many factions within the Myriad Races Alliance, and some of them hated each other. Not even Patriarch Demonheart was able to control the arguments. After half a month of arguing, no one was able to come to a consensus. This sort of situation was a reflection of the various factions within the Myriad Races Alliance, as well as the hidden threat of power struggles. Aside from myself, there are 4 other heavenly venerables and so many Tao Lords. Quite a few of them are quite ambitious. The Myriad Races Alliance is such a powerful organization that there must be quite a few people who want to take control of it. Patriarch Demonheart very rarely expressed his opinions and had been quietly observing the situation this entire time. However, the other celestial venerable, Empyrean Threefold, would often express his opinions and try to mediate the disputes between the factions that were too intense. All of you are correct, but you have to think about it. The humans once gave birth to an invincible figure like Empyrean Violet Firmament. They have an innate pride that is ingrained in their very bones. Now that their Tao Lord of the mountains and seas has acquired the legacy of 8 clouds, it's only natural that he'll become incredibly ambitious. How could they possibly hand over such an important legacy so easily? Empyrean Threefold said slowly. As soon as he said this, the Tao Lords who had been arguing with each other earlier all nodded. Most of their anger had dissipated. Patriarch Demonheart looked at the smiling Empyrean Threefold and thought to himself, it's time to have a chat with the humans. The internal debate within the Myriad Races Alliance continued. At the same time, in the human territories, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Jiang Ci. Master. Jiang Ci met with Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. Return to Earth right now. The leader of the Myriad Races Alliance, Patriarch Demonheart, has sent a clone to descend upon Earth, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments instructed. Descend upon Earth. Jiang Ci frowned slightly. Patriarch Demonheart has come alone to negotiate with us humans. Right now, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court has gathered a large number of experts from the human camp. He's unwilling to reveal his identity, so he's come alone to negotiate. I feel that he has the intention of helping us humans, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a smile. Master, you mean to say that he doesn't represent the Myriad Races Alliance, but himself? Jiang Ci began to understand. That's right. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded gently. All right, I'll go meet him. Jiang Ci immediately used the teleportation array to return to Earth. Earth was as peaceful as ever. This time, the war between the races of the 4th universe was completely between the pinnacle experts. It didn't affect the countless ordinary living beings on the life-bearing planets. On the wide streets of Earth, one could see warriors dressed in battle armor everywhere. There were also many universe merchants who were discussing business along the way. Skycut District. A figure dressed in long black and gold robes stood in front of the gates of the Skycut District in Pak Sen Province. At present, no one lived in the Skycut District. This was because this district had an extraordinary significance. The legendary human expert, Jiang Ci, had once lived here. Thus, the places where Jiang Ci had lived, including Apricot Garden, had all become sacred places and forbidden zones on Earth. There were warriors guarding them, and no one was allowed to trespass. However, this figure dressed in long black and gold robes stood there. The passers-by, as well as the guards, couldn't see him at all. "Father, is this Jiang Ci's home?" "Yes, this is Jiang Ci's home. Haven't you been clamoring to come to Earth to see the greatest leader of our lineage?" "This time, I've spent a lot of money to apply for a place to enter Earth. When we return to Changya planet, you have to train hard in the dojo." "That's for sure, father. I also heard that Jiang Ci was born in the distant era of the Spirit Qi revival. At that time, Earth had many dilapidated cities and dangerous wilderness areas. I want to go and take a look too." "Don't worry, we have enough time on Earth this time. We can see many scenic spots." A group of father and son with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin looked at the skycut district in the distance. After talking for a long time, they left. This kind of scene was very common. Many people came to visit every day. Early in the Spirit Qi revival era, Jiang Ci had already become a legendary figure on Earth. After the lineage of Earth entered the universe and reintegrated into the human race of the Tao Alliance, the people of Earth who wandered the universe benefited greatly because of Jiang Ci. This made them even more grateful and revered Jiang Ci. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, almost everyone on Earth knew that Jiang Ci was one of the most powerful beings in the entire human race. Patriarch Demon Heart. A voice sounded. The figure dressed in long black and gold robes also turned to look. A young man dressed in black armor walked over unhurriedly from the bustling crowd in the distance. The people around him couldn't see him, as if he was in another dimension. On this street, many people of Earth who had come from distant galaxies to see the traces of Jiang Ci's growth had no idea that Jiang Ci was walking past them. "Jiang Ci." Patriarch Demon Heart smiled. "Here, calling you Jiang Ci should be more cordial than calling you Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas, right? If you're a friend, it doesn't matter what you call me. If you're an enemy, calling me Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas is more appropriate." Jiang Ci was neither servile nor overbearing. "Haha, that makes sense." Patriarch Demon Heart laughed. "However, since you've chosen to meet here, it seems that you want to be friends with me." Jiang Ci raised his head and glanced at the Skyspan district, which hadn't changed for tens of thousands of years. "I want to see how the most rapidly rising and talented young legendary expert of the human race rose to prominence. I want to see what kind of environment gave birth to him," Patriarch Demon Heart said with a smile. His face was extremely handsome, and he looked like both a man and a woman. Although he was in human form, he was actually a special life form known as the Nightmare Tree. He didn't have any gender differences. Jiang Ci laughed as well. He was willing to listen to such pleasant words. Patriarch Demon Heart suddenly turned serious. He looked at Jiang Ci and said solemnly, "Jiang Ci, my purpose for coming here is very simple. Now, not only are the Fae and Ghost factions paying attention to this war, but also the final choice of our Myriad Races alliance. Even many factions in Chaos Sea are paying attention. It can be said that whichever side the Myriad Races alliance chooses to side with will definitely win." Jiang Ci nodded gently. Patriarch Demon Heart continued, "But now, the Myriad Races alliance is divided. A portion of them wants to join the human race. Some want to join the human race, while the other wants more information about the legacy. I'm the second group. I only have one purpose for coming here this time. You humans are to pass on the information about the Eight Clouds legacy that allows one to cultivate to the limits of the heavenly Venerate realm." His words were very direct and straightforward. River Word revealed a trace of a sneer. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse," Patriarch Demon Heart said with a smile. "I'm only here to represent myself. In other words, I'm the only one who knows the legacy information you humans give me. I won't pass it on to any other expert of the Myriad Races Alliance. Moreover, I'll guide the experts under my control to make the Myriad Races Alliance join your side." "You mean?" Jiang Ci understood. Chapter 640. Yes, that's what I meant. The inheritance information you humans gave to the entire Myriad Races Alliance is still what you promised. As for those who cultivate to the limits of the Heavenly Venerate level, just give me one and I'll help you humans. Right now, the Myriad Races Alliance is divided into two factions, and I still have a lot of influence in the second faction. If I help you, this stalemate will soon end, and the Myriad Races Alliance will join your side. Furthermore, I'm not stupid. After I obtain it, I naturally won't pass it on to other experts. Wouldn't that be nurturing enemies? Patriarch Demon Heart stared into Jiang Ci's eyes. What do you, or your human race, think? Jiang Ci was tempted. If he only passed on the experience of cultivating to the limits of the Heavenly Venerate level in the Eight Clouds Legacy to Patriarch Demon Heart, he wouldn't be worried. Unless Patriarch Demon Heart was truly stupid, he wouldn't have to worry about him passing it on to others. Just by passing it on to him, I'll be able to exchange it for 683 Dao Lords. Jiang Ci calculated in his heart. Although the crazy plan he had prepared was powerful, it was also very risky. It wasn't that he would be in danger, but that he might not be able to kill so many Dao Lords at once. After all, with the strength of his primordial spirit, the range of his primordial spirit attack from Cloud Extinguisher was limited. Once the crazy plan failed, the war would be in the worst possible situation. But if the Myriad Races Alliance joined the human side, then there would be no risk at all. Wait a moment, Jiang Ci said. At the same time, Jiang Ci's spiritual consciousness entered the Skyspan Mountain River painting and met with Venerable Ming and Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. That's his request. Give him the information of cultivating to the limits of the Heavenly Venerate level in the Eight Clouds Legacy, and he'll help us. Jiang Ci briefly recounted the conversation. Venerable Ming, Master, what do you think? He finally asked. Just him. Venerable Ming pondered. Right now, there are two voices in the Myriad Races Alliance. One is willing to join us, while the other is unwilling and wants more. Patriarch Demon Heart is the leader of the second voice. If he helps us, the Myriad Races Alliance's opinion will be unified. It's fine to just give him one. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded in the end. A powerhouse at the limits of an Empyrean won't be able to affect the bigger picture in the primal universe. The inheritance information we give him can be as brief as possible. He doesn't know what kind of inheritance we have. Even if we tell him that this is what we got, what can he do? Venerable Ming smiled. Jiang Ci also nodded. They were the three titans of the human race. After a brief discussion, they all felt that the price of 683 Dao Lords joining them was a deal that they could agree to. Moreover, we gave him a portion before the war and another portion after the war, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Give him a portion before the war to make him envious. After the war, give him another portion. Even if he feels that the latter portion is too simple, the war is already over. So what if he regrets it? Yes. That's it then. You can agree to his request. The three of them quickly came up with a plan. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments had even contacted Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmaments once and received her approval. Firstly, it was only for one person. Secondly, even if Patriarch Demon Heart received a brief inheritance information, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate to the limits of a heavenly venerable. Earth. The human race has already discussed and agreed to this deal. Jiang Ci looked at Patriarch Demon Heart. Patriarch Demon Heart heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Before the war, the human race will give you 1/3 of the inheritance information. If the Myriad Races Alliance joins the human camp to fight, we will give you the other 2/3 after the war. Sure. When will you give me the first 1/3? Very soon. All right. When I receive the first 1/3 of the inheritance information, I will quickly urge the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human camp. Patriarch Demon Heart nodded. The deal was very straightforward. There was no need to beat around the bush. The human race did indeed obtain a portion of the inheritance information on the same day and handed it to Patriarch Demon Heart. After reading it, he was immediately excited. Just this portion of the information was enough to move him. This made Patriarch Demon Heart look forward to the remaining 2/3 even more. However, he had to wait until the war was over. The upper echelons of the human race were also waiting anxiously. It's been so long. Now that Patriarch Demonheart has received the inheritance information, he won't refuse to help us, right? Don't worry. Patriarch Demonheart spent so much effort to create the Myriad Races Alliance and become its leader. Isn't it all for the inheritance to cultivate to the limits of the Empyrean level? He definitely won't give up the remaining 2/3 of the inheritance information. Even so, Jiangxi, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments were still worried that something unexpected would happen. After all, the Myriad Races Alliance was a superpower with many powerhouses. Even with Patriarch Demonheart's help, there was no guarantee that they would succeed. Half a month passed quickly. Patriarch Demonheart finally sent news. The Myriad Races Alliance has reached a consensus. They have decided to join the human camp. The human camp's powerhouses were gathered in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. The monster and ghost camp's gathering point was in the Dark Origin Mystic Realm. The Dark Origin Mystic Realm was an extremely dangerous mystic realm in the fourth universe. It was located in the star field where the monster and ghost territories intersected. At this moment, there was an enormous temple floating in the air above the Dark Origin continent within the mystic realm. Nearly half of the peak powerhouses of the fourth universe were gathered within the temple. They were together, enjoying fine wine and delicacies. If it weren't for the Myriad Races Alliance, our combined strength would be nothing compared to the puny humans. The Myriad Races Alliance. They're so loose. They've only come together because of the pressure from the other two camps. Once this war is over, just wait and see. They'll definitely be embroiled in internal strife by now. They'll be no match for us at all. If we work together, we'll have many 7th grade treasures and the 8th grade treasures of the 2 celestial exalts. We'll definitely be able to unleash our full power. Even if the Myriad Races Alliance and the human camp join forces, we still have a chance at victory. Right. These vassal Dowlords who had joined the Dire Monster and the Ghost Race were all chatting amongst themselves. They talked about the war between the races, the Chaos Sea, and other powerhouses. Just as they were chatting happily, Celestial Exalt Allfiend and Celestial Exalt Yang Du suddenly stood up at the same time. Everyone. Celestial Exalt Allfiend's voice was filled with anger. All the alien Dowlords in the hall turned their gazes towards him. What is it? What's going on? Why are the Celestial Exalts so angry? Celestial Exalt Yang Du said in a low voice, "We just received word that the Myriad Races Alliance has reached a consensus and decided to join the human camp." What? Join the human camp? Not good. The alien Dowlords all turned pale. Although they had been chatting, none of them were fools. As Dowlords, they were no fools. Prior to this, they had been confident in their ability to defeat the human camp. However, if the Myriad Races Alliance really did join forces with the human camp, their chances of victory would be far, far lower. Celestial Exalts, we need to move out right away. No, we need to move out right now. A Supreme Universe Dowlord in beast form let out a low growl. The other alien Dowlords all looked towards Celestial Exalt Allfiend and Celestial Exalt Yang Du. There's no time for that. Let's join forces. We need to move out right away and attack the core regions of the human race. Right. Let's move out right away. The Myriad Races Alliance has only just reached a consensus. They probably haven't received any of the legacies the humans have given them yet. Let's take advantage of the fact that they haven't joined forces and attack the core regions of the human race, the Tao Alliance's celestial court. The battle between the two camps will only last for a short period of time. By the time the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, the battle might already be over. Speed is paramount in war. Let's seize every second we have. Virtually all of the alien Dowlords in the hall came to the same decision. All of them understood that if they waited until the Myriad Races Alliance and the human camp joined forces, this battle would become very difficult to win. This battle was filled with many variables. Only by ending the battle as quickly as possible would they be able to eliminate all of them. We have to move quickly. We have to end this battle as quickly as possible. Celestial Exalt Allfiend and Celestial Exalt Yang Du exchanged a glance. They were frantic as well. They knew that once the Myriad Races Alliance came to a decision, they would immediately head towards the Tao Alliance's celestial court. Given the speed of Supreme Tao Lords and the use of teleportation arrays, they would probably arrive soon. Thus, it would be far too difficult for them to end the battle before the Myriad Races Alliance arrived. However, they had to do this. This was the only way they could possibly win. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The experts in the hall immediately sprang into action. Naturally, they moved quite quickly. A flying treasure that looked like a palace and a flying vessel simultaneously appeared in the tenebrous secret realm. These two treasures belonged to Empyrean Allfiend and Empyrean Yangdu respectively. They each led close to 200 Tao Lords. What we need to do in this battle is to attack the Human Tao Alliance's celestial court. Then, we'll work together to crush the human camp and wipe out their remaining forces. Everyone, for the sake of our race, for the sake of our future, let's go to the Human Tao Alliance's celestial court. As Empyrean Allfiend's voice echoed throughout the hall, the two flying treasures of the Allied camp simultaneously teleported away. The reason the Allied camp hadn't taken the initiative to attack was because they were waiting for the Myriad Races Alliance to make a decision. After all, if they attacked the humans before the Myriad Races Alliance had made a decision, the Myriad Races Alliance would definitely be furious. If the Allied camp did so, the Myriad Races Alliance would lose all of their benefits. They would probably quickly join the human camp. They had been afraid of forcing the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human camp and thus hadn't dared to act. Now that the Myriad Races Alliance had made a decision, they naturally didn't need to worry about such things. At the same time, in the human territories, the Tao Alliance's celestial court, within Nine Firmament's palace, the human experts were all gathered here, chatting and laughing with each other. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the better, they felt much more relaxed. The Myriad Races Alliance has already agreed to join us. Soon, they'll all arrive. Once they do, we'll definitely win this battle. The Monster and Ghost Alliance will have no chance of victory at all. Haha. Everyone was waiting for the 5 Empyreans and hundreds of Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance to arrive. Will the Allied camp receive word of this and seize this opportunity to attack us? Tao Lord Longwall suddenly asked. Instantly, the hall fell silent for a moment. Probably not. This was the decision of the highest echelon of the Myriad Races Alliance. Only the Tao Lords and above know of this, as it concerns their personal interests. They immediately notified us as soon as they made their decision. Would they be so stupid as to notify the Allied camp? Unless they had no intention of receiving the legacy at all. Tao Lord Flamespeak laughed. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, "Not good." Tao Lord Nine Firmament's face turned pale as he suddenly called out, "Assemble immediately. All Tao Lords, assemble immediately. Prepare for battle." His voice rumbled, echoing throughout the entire Tao Alliance heavenly court. All of the 100+ Tao Lords in the human camp heard him. Within the hall, the faces of Jiang Ci, Empyrean Bright, and the other human experts turned pale as well. They knew that the situation was dire. Tao Lord Nine Firmament said with a grave expression, "Through the skyspan diagram, Empyrean Violet Firmament discovered that the Monster and Ghost Alliance have already set up a large-scale teleportation formation and are hurrying towards our human territory. Given their speed, they'll arrive here soon. We don't have much time left. All of the experts in our human camp must assemble immediately. Jiang Ci, if the situation looks bad, we'll carry out your crazy plan for now." "Understood." Jiang Ci nodded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another began to appear within the hall. They were the alien Tao Lords who had joined the human camp. When Jiang Ci saw this, he wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, a 9-storied pagoda rapidly expanded to stand tall within the hall. At this juncture, he no longer cared if he would expose Skyspan Tower. Moreover, given his current strength, there was no need for him to hide anything. He could use all of his methods without worry. Jiang Ci shouted, "This is the Tier 7 flying treasure, Skyspan Tower. Everyone, please enter and prepare for battle." "All right. A Tier 7 flying treasure? Hurry up and enter." The alien Tao Lords were shocked, especially those who had just joined the human camp. They had never seen such a high-grade treasure before. This boosted their confidence. As long as they hid within the Tier 7 flying treasure, they would be unafraid of almost all of the enemy's attack. If they could not hold on during the battle, they could hide within the treasure. At the very least, they would be able to preserve their lives. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The alien Dowlords transformed into streaks of light and flew into Skyspan Tower. Once everyone had entered, Dowlord 9 Firmaments heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the preparations had been made. They were ready to fight at any time. Then, he sent a voice transmission to the 100-odd Dowlords in Skyspan Tower. Everyone, the alliance of the demons and ghosts has suddenly attacked. They should be here soon. The alliance is far stronger than us, but don't worry. I have another piece of good news for everyone. The Myriad Races Alliance has agreed to join the human camp. We just need to endure for a while and we'll be able to win this battle. The Myriad Races Alliance is joining as well. Haha, don't worry. We promise to fight to the death. The 100-odd alien Dowlords spoke one after another. They were already tied to the human camp and naturally would not back down. What do we need to do now? At that moment, 2 more figures appeared in the hall. One was an elf girl in green robes. The other was a special life form, Fire Spirit Mountain. Although he was in human form, his body was covered in a layer of rock that emitted red flames. These 2 were Heavenly Venerable Liu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. Wait. Heavenly Venerable Ming said in a deep voice. That's right. Senior Liu, Senior Lai Shan, you just need to be ready to attack at any time, Jiang Xi said. All right. Heavenly Venerable Liu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan did not say anything else. At the same time, Tao Lord 9 Firmament's voice echoed throughout the entire heavenly court. All tribulation transcenders and true monarchs immediately leave through the teleportation platform. Instantly, the servants and immortal soldiers in the heavenly court began to evacuate in an orderly manner upon hearing this order. In less than a minute, they had all left the heavenly court through the southern heavenly gates teleportation platform. Let's set off as well, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments ordered. Let's go. Jiang Xi and the others nodded. Next, apart from Jiang Xi, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Heavenly Venerable Ming, Heavenly Venerable Liu, and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan all flew into Skyspan Tower, more than 6,000 light-years away from the heavenly court. 2 flying treasures belonging to the alliance of the demons and ghosts suddenly teleported over. We're already close to the heavenly court of the human Tao Alliance. We'll arrive after teleporting once more. Everyone, prepare for battle. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's cold voice echoed throughout the starry sky. Whoosh. The 2 flying supreme treasures silently disappeared from this part of the starry sky again. In the next moment, they appeared in the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, shrouded in dense immortal chi. Floating islands floated in the sky. The heavenly court had been bustling with activity, but now it was deserted. Only a single 9-story tower stood above the countless palaces. Why isn't there a single human here? It's empty. There are no living beings. We can't even find outsiders. As soon as they arrived, Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend and Celestial Venerable Yang Du were shocked to discover that the core area of the human Tao Alliance seemed to have become a land of death. Not a single living being could be found. This was the situation they had been most worried about. That 9-story tower should belong to Tao Lord Mountain Sea. It appeared in the 8 cloud ruins before. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend's gaze landed on Skyspan Tower. I remember that the news from the 8 cloud ruins said that this tower was suspected to be a 7th-grade flying treasure, Celestial Venerable Yang Du said in a low voice. A 7th-grade flying treasure might be sturdy, but we can still shake it. What I'm afraid of is that our attacks won't be able to defeat them in a short period of time. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend snorted angrily. That's what I'm afraid of. If they continue to hide like this, they'll be able to stall until the Myriad Races Alliance arrives. Celestial Venerable Yang Du was worried as well. Damn it. Damned humans. How did they know we were on the move? We were so fast. They should have been caught off guard. The alien Dowlords of the allied factions were furious as well. Let's attack first. I refuse to believe that 2 celestial venerables and 389 downlords working together won't be able to shake this tower. Celestial venerable myriad fiend growled. Attack. Wipe out the humans. Crush the human faction. Instantly, the experts in the 2 flying treasures of the Monster Clan and the Ghost Clan began to use all kinds of powerful attacks. Countless secret arts took form, each of them enormous and emanating terrifying auras that covered an area of 100 light-years around the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. The target of their attacks was the 9-story tower. Boom, 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 boom. Attacks that blotted out the skies came crashing down upon the tower at almost the exact same moment. Whoosh! Stellar rivers exploded as the heavens and the earth rumbled. Countless spatial fragments surged out from the void, forming chaotic streams of space. The extravagant palaces and immortal islands of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court were all shattered and transformed into dust. Buzz, 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 buzz. Those powerful secret arts wanted to pierce through the barriers of the treasures and attack the experts of the human faction. In the end, when everything finally calmed down, the Heavenspan Tower remained completely unscathed. They withstood it. How is that possible? So many of us joined forces. That attack just now was backed by 4 7th-grade offensive treasures. They definitely should have been able to pierce through the barriers of the flying treasures and injure or even kill the downlords inside. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend, Celestial Venerable Yang Du, and the other experts of the allied factions were all shocked and in disbelief. Their all-out attacks hadn't been able to cause any damage to the human faction at all. All they had done was destroy the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. However, even if they destroyed 10,000 Tao Alliance heavenly courts, it would be useless. So long as the human experts were still alive, given how wealthy the humans were, they would be able to instantly rebuild one. Within the treasures of the Heavenspan Tower, the experts of the human faction all let out sighs of relief. If they had been outside, half of them would have perished under the terrifying attack that had covered the sky and earth. The allied factions had nearly 400 downlords in total, after all. The human faction, however, only had 100 or so downlords. The difference in power was simply too great. Fortunately, they had managed to block it. Only Jiang Xi had a calm look on his face. Others didn't know how powerful the Heavenspan Tower was, but as the owner of the treasure, he naturally did in the primal universe. Even if 10 times or 100 times the number of enemies came, they still wouldn't be able to breach the Heavenspan Tower. If that's the case, then all we need to do is wait. Wait for the alliance of myriad races to arrive. Downlord 9 Firmaments glanced at Jiang Xi, finding it increasingly difficult to understand this disciple of his. This 9-story pagoda was another powerful supreme treasure unknown to the human race. Chapter 641. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Myriad Races Alliance, above the starry sky continent surrounded by golden waves, the 683 Tao Lords and 5 heavenly venerables of the Myriad Races Alliance were all sitting on those thrones. They had just come to a consensus and were waiting for the inheritance information of the Tao Lords that the humans had promised. Patriarch Demonheart sat on the highest black throne with a smile on his face. He was very pleased with himself. I used the Myriad Races Alliance's power to force the humans. Then, I secretly contacted the humans and asked for the inheritance. After some planning, I easily obtained the inheritance information of the peak heavenly venerables. Thinking of this, Patriarch Demonheart became even more pleased with himself. In fact, ever since Jiang Xi obtained 8 Clouds' inheritance, Patriarch Demonheart knew that there was bound to be a great upheaval in the 4th universe. The increasingly powerful humans would have more and more conflicts with the other races in the 4th universe. There might even be a huge storm. Therefore, from then on, he began to secretly make arrangements to befriend the Tao Lords of the top races. The Tao Lords of the top races were inferior to the peak races. They naturally wanted to befriend heavenly venerables. Therefore, Patriarch Demonheart quickly set up a huge network of connections. However, what surprised him was that the Demon Clan and the Ghost Clan would suddenly start a war without any warning. According to his estimation, it would take at least 1,000,000 years, or even an epoch, for the war to break out. However, he didn't think too much about it and immediately set out to establish the Myriad Races Alliance. What surprised him even more was that the process of establishing the alliance was surprisingly smooth. It seemed that there were no obstacles at all. The Myriad Races Alliance was established with 194 top races as the core. Patriarch Demonheart could guess that the forces of the Chaos Sea must have interfered. After all, the news that the humans in the second and third universes were almost wiped out had already spread. As a heavenly venerate, he naturally knew this news, so it wasn't difficult to guess the connection behind it. You want to wipe out the humans in the various universes? It has nothing to do with me. The authority of the alliance of 10,000 races is useless to me. I only seek freedom and true immortality. Patriarch Demonheart was filled with ambition. He was a heavenly venerate who didn't like to participate in the disputes between factions. He didn't like power this time. He established the alliance of 10,000 races just to use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for the inheritance information he needed from the human race. Now that the alliance of 10,000 races had reached a consensus and decided to join the human race, he had achieved a small part of his goal. He had already obtained 1/3 of the inheritance information for cultivating to the limits of an Empyrean. As for the other 4 heavenly venerates, Patriarch Demonheart had only taken out a small portion of the original 1/3 in order to keep them in check. This was more than enough. He would definitely make a profit. At this moment, Patriarch Demonheart was holding a communication bead, waiting for a message from the human race. He had obtained the inheritance information he wanted, but the other experts of the Myriad Races Alliance had not. Only after the other experts acquired the legacies on how to break through from the Downlord level to the Empyrean level would they be considered to have truly joined the human alliance. At this moment, a message came from the communication bead. The smile on Patriarch Demonheart's face grew even wider. But in the next moment, it disappeared, replaced by a solemn and furious look. He swept his gaze across the crowd and shouted angrily, "Everyone, just now, we've reached a consensus. But now, the allied forces of the monster race and the Gaul race have actually reached the heavenly court of the human Tao alliance." His angry shout reverberated through every inch of space in the entire astral continent. The many Tao lords who had been chatting and laughing were instantly dumbfounded. Why would the allied forces suddenly attack? We just came to an agreement. This is too much of a coincidence. Who was it that spread the news? Didn't they know that doing so would cause us to lose the inheritance information we were about to obtain? Who leaked it? The Downlords were instantly enraged. The angriest of all was Patriarch Demonheart, because this could very well ruin his plans. Clearly, one of us must have leaked the news. Patriarch Demonheart's cold gaze swept across the many Downlords present. This is destroying the hopes of all Downlords for breaking through in the future. This is unforgivable. Of course, perhaps one of us accidentally leaked the information while chatting with a disciple or a friend. There's no need to fuss over this for now. The human alliance is relying on the might of the supreme treasure to resist the allied forces' attacks. Therefore, the situation hasn't worsened. What we need to do now is immediately head to the human territory and join the human alliance. Patriarch Demonheart made a prompt decision. Agreed. Let's head out right now. None of the experts present can be missing. Anyone who doesn't go will be suspected of leaking the information. Some of the Downlords were furious that their hopes of breaking through to become celestial exalts had been destroyed. They looked at everyone as though they were the ones who had leaked the information. Soon, 5 flying supreme treasures emanating powerful auras appeared in the skies above the astral continent. Immediately afterwards, an enormous teleportation array appeared out of nowhere and teleported them away. Although they were an alliance, the internal strife between the various factions was quite severe. Some of the top-tier clans had mortal enmity with each other and were naturally unwilling to stay together. Thus, they had split into 5 squads. Each squad had more than 100 Downlords and was led by a lone celestial exalt. One could imagine how powerful such an enormous organization was. The human territory. The Tao Alliance's celestial court. A 9-story tower towered in the void. Off in the distance, 2 6th-grade supreme treasures were scattered. The downlords within them were wildly attacking with abandon. The earth-shattering momentum caused the void to turn into a spatial torrent that crashed onto the heavenly tower with a rumble. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Although the skypiercer was trembling slightly, it seemed to have taken root and remained standing in the void. It wasn't sent flying. This caused the experts of the Alliance to feel extremely stunned. We have so many downlords, 2 celestial exalts, and 4 7th-grade supreme treasures. Even with such a powerful alliance, we still aren't able to send that 9-story tower flying. Can it be that the 100-plus downlords of the Human Alliance are all helping to stabilize that flying supreme treasure? This 9-story tower is controlled by Downlord Mountain Sea. He received the 8 Clouds legacy. Indeed, all sorts of strange things can happen. Perhaps this is one of the techniques of the 8 Clouds legacy. It seems we'll have to fight a war of attrition. Once the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, we'll be in trouble. No matter what, we can't give up on this battle. Even if it isn't for the legacy, we can't just watch as the humans grow stronger. We've joined forces. If we let the humans roam free and unfettered, that would be a huge joke. Some of the experts of the Alliance were furious, while others were helpless. Soon, the attacks came to a halt. They knew very well that continuing to attack like this would be a waste of energy. Within the supreme treasure space of Skyreach Tower. Send Skyreach Tower flying? Jiang Xi's expression was calm. Even if they were in the Chaos Sea and a third-step Celestial Exalted was unable to do anything to Skyreach Tower, these downlords were nothing. Let's wait. Once the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, we'll win, Downlord 9 Firmaments said softly. Jiang Xi and the other experts of the human race nodded gently as well. This was especially true for Jiang Xi. He knew very well that although Skyreach Tower was unshakable, it was still restricted by the laws of heaven and earth of the primal universe. He was unable to unleash its full power. Be it supreme treasures or living beings, they all had to abide by the laws of the limits of downlords. Without the help of the Myriad Races Alliance, the alliance of the Yarrow and Gowl races could completely trap Skyreach Tower and the Human Alliance forever. To be precise, the alliance had close to 400 downlords. They only needed to leave behind 70 to 80% of their experts to suppress the Human Alliance. As for the other downlords, they could take turns and head to the Chaos Sea to increase their strength at any time. They could also take away the territory of the human race and restrict their development. Under such circumstances, the alien downlords who had joined the Human Alliance would probably not be able to hold on. They might even leave the alliance directly. This way, the Human Alliance would become weaker and weaker until they had no power to resist. If that's really the case, then I can only resort to a crazy plan. The only problem was that this plan was too risky. If it failed, they would not be able to wipe out the alliance's strength and would not have a second chance. At that time, the human race would still be in great danger. Jiang Xi looked through Skyreach Tower at the 2 flying supreme treasures that were far apart in the starry sky outside clearly. The Yarrow and Gowl races were also very cautious and did not gather together. That's why it's up to the Myriad Races Alliance. With their participation, the Human Alliance will have a great advantage. Jiang Xi thought. Oh! At this moment, Jiang Xi, Downlord 9 Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, Celestial Venerable Liu, Celestial Venerable Lai Shan, and the other downlords in Skyreach Tower sensed the spacetime ripples outside and immediately grew excited. The 2 flying supreme treasures of the Dao Alliance's celestial court were like war fortresses that had become incomparably large. However, they were very far apart from each other. They are here. The Myriad Races Alliance has arrived. The experts of the Yarrow and Gowl Races Alliance sensed the spacetime ripples as well. Their expressions changed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, 5 flying supreme treasures of different shapes appeared out of nowhere in the starry sky, each emanating a towering aura. Clearly, the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance had intentionally spread this aura in order to show off their might as the strongest power in the 4th universe. Humans, we've arrived. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. Loud laughter and roars rang out from the 5 flying supreme treasures one after another, echoing throughout the starry sky. Myriad Races Alliance, please act quickly. We'll join forces and repel the alliance. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments responded on behalf of the Human Alliance. No rush. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, don't be hasty. You humans haven't given us the inheritance you promised. According to our agreement, you'll give us a portion before the battle, and another portion after the battle. Now, please take out a portion of the inheritance. We'll examine it and verify it. Once we've verified it, we'll naturally help you. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to act. Yes, that's the principle. Take out a portion of the inheritance first. The leaders of the various factions within the Myriad Races Alliance all said the same thing. Jiang Ci, Venerated Ming, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the other human experts exchanged glances, then nodded. Soon, everyone gathered in the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. Within the mountain-river diagram, there was a stone table floating in the starry sky. Jiang Ci, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sat on one side. On the other side were the 5 celestial venerates of the Myriad Races Alliance and the representatives of the various factions. Due to the human race's permission, their spiritual senses could also enter the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. This is a fair trade. Now that we haven't seen the inheritance, the Myriad Races Alliance won't help us for free. Patriarch Demonheart laughed. According to our agreement, before the battle, you'll have to provide us with a portion of the inheritance that allowed Tao Lords to become celestial venerates. Now, please allow us to view that portion of the inheritance. Only then can we confirm that you aren't fooling us. Only then will we agree to join you and help you deal with the allied faction, Celestial Venerate Sanchi said in a low voice. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The inheritance has been prepared long ago. You can view it now. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. All right. That's good. The experts of the Myriad Races Alliance all spoke out. Then let's begin. Everyone, take a careful look. We humans never cheat. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed. Immediately after, he displayed the portion of the inheritance he had prepared in the starry sky. All sorts of runes, diagrams, and other things flowed in a mysterious manner in the starry sky. The heavenly venerates of the Myriad Races Alliance, as well as the Tao Lords who were the leaders of the factions, looked over seriously and studied it carefully. Even Patriarch Demonheart was watching curiously. Although he was already a heavenly venerate, he was still muddle-headed when he broke through to become a heavenly venerate. He had no systematic experience at all. Upon seeing this, Jiang Ci, Heavenly Venerate Sanchi, and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They were filled with confidence. This was especially so for Jiang Ci. This was the inheritance information he had meticulously prepared. Although it was much simpler and had omitted many important points, it was still within the Myriad Races Alliance. However, no matter what, this was chosen from the vast number of inheritance stones in the 8 Clouds inheritance. No matter how simplified it was many times better than the inheritances of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the 2 sacred grounds might have inheritances that allowed one to break through from Tao Lord to Heavenly Venerate. The other factions were all trying to cross the river by feeling their way through. They did not know the correct way to become a Heavenly Venerate. Jiang Ci believed that the inheritance information he had compiled would definitely leave any Tao Lord stunned. Furthermore, they would be filled with desire for the remaining inheritance information. Therefore, he was not afraid that the Myriad Races Alliance would not help the human race. There's a lot of information. Even with the strength of a Tao Lord's essence soul, it will take a while to finish reading it all. Jiang Ci sent a voice transmission. Then let's wait a little longer. We're all in Sky Pisser Tower now. The Alliance can't do anything to us. There's no harm in waiting a little longer, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a smile. Once the Myriad Races Alliance joins us, we'll definitely win this battle. Heavenly Venerate Sanchi was also smiling. The 3 of them were not the only ones waiting. The other experts in the human camp were also waiting anxiously. Time passed by the minute and second. Instead, It was the experts of the Fae and Ghost factions who were getting impatient. Why is there still no movement? Are we just going to wait here? Don't be anxious. Previously, when the Myriad Races Alliance made their decision, we immediately took action. Therefore, they probably didn't have time to obtain the inheritance information from the human race. Now that they're here, they must have seen the inheritance information before deciding whether to join us. I expect that they're currently analyzing the information, Empyrean Demonis said. We absolutely can't act rashly right now. If we attack in advance, there's a very high chance that we'll enrage the Myriad Races Alliance and push them towards the human camp. Empyrean Yangdu nodded as well. Can it be that the two Empyreans believe that the Myriad Races Alliance still has a chance of joining us? A Tao Lord asked boldly. The chances are slim, but if we attack now, there'll be no hope. Let's wait a little longer. There might be a chance, Empyrean Demonis said. The other alien Tao Lords all exchanged glances. They had already calculated many times. It was impossible for the Myriad Races Alliance to join them. A chance. There's still one more chapter to go. Chapter 642. The Tao Alliance's celestial court was the core of the human domain, and the human domain was the core of the fourth universe. It could be said that this was the central region of the fourth universe. At this moment, the cosmos was extremely quiet. 8 colossal objects stood there quietly. They were the Skypiercer Tower of the human camp, the 2 flying-type true treasures of the Allied camp, and the 5 flying-type true treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. All of them were filled with Tao Lords and above. More than 90% of the Tao Lords of the fourth universe and almost all of the celestial venerables were gathered here. Each of them had the power to destroy spacetime with a flip of their hand. They could easily establish a powerful top-tier race. And now, they were all gathered here for a great battle. This battle would affect the future of the fourth universe and change the power structure of the entire universe. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done as well. The 5 flying-type true treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance leaned against each other. The representatives who had been sent out to check the legacy information didn't communicate within the Skypiercer diagram. Instead, they communicated with their spiritual senses outside. We've studied this part of the inheritance information. Everyone, tell us, what do you think of the inheritance information? A deep voice sounded. It's all right. It's somewhat useful. It's SOSO. This is the 8 clouds legacy that all the major powers of the Chaos Sea are going crazy over. Why is the legacy information for becoming an celestial venerable so simple? It's too ordinary. A few of the 5 celestial venerables of the Myriad Races Alliance shook their heads. Most of the leaders of the various factions shook their heads as well. Some were disdainful. Everyone, make your decision. Do you choose to join the human camp now, or do you choose to support me? The deep voice continued. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, do you even need to ask? I support you. Haha, everyone knows what to choose now. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, you are the most suitable leader of the Myriad Races Alliance. Of course, you have to keep your promise. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, the legacy information you provided us is even more detailed than the humans. We naturally support you. Yes, the legacy you provided greatly increases our chances of becoming celestial venerables. We support you. The leaders of the various factions of the Myriad Races Alliance were surprisingly united in their opinions. Exalted Celestial Trinity sent a mental message. All right, then let's follow the second plan we came up with. We'll continue to make requests of the humans. If they agree, we will join the human race. If they still don't show any sincerity, then everyone should know what to do, right? Understood. Let's follow this plan. The leaders of the major factions of the Alliance of 10,000 Races and the 3 Heaven Venerables on their own answered. They had already discussed this. The plan that Celestial Lord Sanchi had come up with was very harsh for the human race. However, it was absolutely in line with the common interests of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Of course, they would not object. After all, only an alliance with the same interests would be the most united and stable. Inside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in front of the stone table in the starry sky. Jiang Ci, venerated Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments were all looking at the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance, waiting for their reply. I will represent the Myriad Races Alliance. A heavenly venerable with 3 heads and a body covered in blue snake scales suddenly spoke. Hey! Jiang Ci and the other 2 were all surprised. However, the leader of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, Patriarch Demonheart, was rather taken aback. He hurriedly turned to look at the other heavenly venerables and the leaders of the various factions. That's right. The Alliance of 10,000 Races is now represented by Celestial Lord Sanchi. That's right. Celestial Lord Sanchi is our leader. The other experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races all spoke out. Patriarch Demonheart's expression instantly turned very ugly. His true body in the real world immediately sent a mental message to the Tao Lords under his command, wanting to understand the situation. In truth, Patriarch Demonheart had noticed when Celestial Lord Sanchi and the other experts had been communicating through their spiritual senses. However, those experts hadn't spoken to him mentally, so he didn't know what they were talking about. In addition, spiritual sense communication was fast to begin with. It was settled in just a few seconds. Although he was puzzled, he didn't have the time to ask any questions. Celestial Lord Sanchi had suddenly said that he represented the entire alliance of 10,000 races. Patriarch, we indeed all have Celestial Lord Sanchi as our representative. Lord Celestial, I'm very sorry. This involves our own interests. After the negotiations are over, we'll explain the situation to you in detail. Patriarch, the Tao Lords who had been close to him all said the same thing. Patriarch Demonheart was instantly filled with anger. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, these Tao Lords were his foundation in the alliance of 10,000 races. They were also the group of Tao Lords who had the best relationship with him. At the same time, Jiang Ci, Celestial Lord Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments exchanged glances within the Skyspan Mountains river diagram. They also realized that Patriarch Demonheart and the other heavenly venerables hadn't spoken out against it. Clearly, the alliance of 10,000 races truly was represented by Celestial Lord Sanchi. Celestial Lord Sanchi? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Please speak. We've already seen the information you gave us regarding your legacies. Celestial Lord Sanchi's 3 heads looked at the 3 human experts. Then, he said in a cold voice, unfortunately, we're not satisfied. Hey! The faces of Jiang Ci, Celestial Lord Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments all changed. Not satisfied? Jiang Ci frowned. He had personally organized this information. It was definitely information that would make all the major factions in the Chaos Sea envious. How could the alliance of 10,000 races not be satisfied? Celestial Lord Sanchi, what do you mean? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments remained calm. Just this information alone isn't worth the risk for our alliance of 10,000 races. If you really want the alliance of 10,000 races to join, show us your sincerity and give us more detailed, and richer information regarding your legacy. Celestial Lord Sanchi said coldly. More. Riverward and the other 2 exchanged glances. At the same time, they secretly communicated with each other. They're raising the price. They're certain that we humans have a favor to ask of them, so they're asking for more. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sent a voice transmission. Greed is a bottomless pit. Even if we give them more detailed legacies, they'll think that we have more that we haven't taken out. They'll probably continue to extort us, Celestial Lord Ming added. Jiang Ci, do you think the information we've given them is enough? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked. It's definitely enough. Any more and it'll shake the foundation of our human race's future development, Jiang Ci said solemnly. The 3 discussed for a while, then came to a decision. They looked at the representative of the alliance of 10,000 races. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said, this is the most detailed information we can provide. If you want more, I'm sorry, but we don't have it. If your alliance of 10,000 races is willing to help us, we'll naturally take out the other half once the war is over. You really don't have it? Celestial Lord Sanchi frowned. No. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head. Jiang Ci frowned as well. The alliance of 10,000 races had suddenly raised the price at such a critical moment. It was indeed quite displeasing. If that's the case. Celestial Lord Sanchi turned to look at the other 3 celestial lords beside him, as well as the leaders of the various factions. They all nodded slightly. The information you humans have given us is too crude. It's not worth the risk. Celestial Lord Sanchi said coldly. You're too greedy. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said solemnly, suppressing his anger. Don't go overboard. Celestial Lord Ming snorted coldly. Jiang Ci only sneered. Of course, there's another solution. Celestial Lord Sanchi did not care about the attitude of the 3 powerhouses of the human race. He continued, we don't need any more inheritances, but if you, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, he stared fixedly at Jiang Ci. If you're willing, swear on the 8-cloud inheritance mark that after the war ends, accompany me to the great sky holy land. Our alliance of 10,000 races can also join the human camp. Celestial Lord Sanchi finally revealed his true motive. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and Celestial Lord Ming shouted coldly at the same time. There's no room for discussion. Jiang Ci shook his head. The dagger was revealed. It seemed that everything behind this was caused by the Great Sky Holy Land, and behind the Great Sky Holy Land was the enemy of the upper realm, which was the Star Realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Great Sky Holy Land to know about the existence of the 8-cloud inheritance mark. Therefore, he would not be foolish enough to agree to this request. Go to the Great Sky Holy Land? That was courting death. In that case, let's meet on the battlefield. Let's go. Celestial Lord Sanchi stood up. The other experts of the alliance of 10,000 races also stood up. Although Patriarch Demonheart's expression was ugly, he also stood up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The experts of the alliance of 10,000 races disappeared one after another, their spiritual senses leaving the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. In front of the stone table, only the 3 powerhouses of the human race and Patriarch Demonheart were left standing. Patriarch Demonheart had already taken the inheritance that allowed him to cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate level. Now, he could neither sit nor leave. His face was filled with awkwardness. Demonheart, what's going on? Celestial Lord Ming asked him. That's not what we agreed on previously. River Word also spoke up. Patriarch Demonheart smiled bitterly. Wait a moment. Let me understand the situation first. The alliance of 10,000 races had 5 flying supreme treasures. One of them belonged to Patriarch Demonheart. Everyone, what's going on? Patriarch Demonheart looked at the Tao Lords in the supreme treasure space. These were all Tao Lords that he had made friends with. They were also one of the reasons why he had enough power to speak in the alliance of 10,000 races. A rock lifeform giant said in a muffled voice, Lord Demonheart, we are friends, but we also want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can our respective races have a higher status in the 4th universe. Especially after becoming celestial venerates and having their own miniature universes, our races will have a true foundation. So, you can't blame us for this. Speak. What's going on? Patriarch Demonheart growled. He didn't want to hear this nonsense. A Tao Lord from another top-tier race sighed. It's like this. Previously, when the alliance of 10,000 races was arguing about whether or not to join the human race, there were many disputes. Celestial Lord Sanchi gave us part of the inheritance that allowed Tao Lords to become celestial venerates without telling you. He said that if the human race gave us a more detailed inheritance, we would still be able to help the human race. If not, we would help the alliance deal with the human race and force Tao Lord Mountain Sea. That's what happened. We don't know where Celestial Lord Sanchi got the inheritance from. But the inheritance he gave us is more detailed and rich than the human race's. In terms of value, it's more than 10 times higher. The inheritance that the human race gave us is simply too crude. Lord Demonheart, what do you think we should choose? The Tao Lords in the true treasure space all looked at Patriarch Demonheart. Patriarch Demonheart smiled bitterly, full of helplessness. I see. Patriarch Demonheart shook his head gently. Combined with the request that Celestial Lord Sanchi had made to Jiangxi, he knew that Zhentian Holy Land was behind all this. No wonder Celestial Lord Sanchi had helped him so enthusiastically when he was planning to form the Alliance of 10,000 Races. No wonder the Alliance of 10,000 Races was established so smoothly without any obstacles or disputes. His goal was to use the Alliance of 10,000 Races to obtain the inheritance that allowed one to reach the limit of celestial venerate from the human race. And Zhentian Holy Land behind him was also helping him to form the Alliance of 10,000 Races. 4 top clans like us, what we seek is survival, what we seek is strength. The inheritance information given by Celestial Lord Sanchi far surpasses that of the human race. We can't sit back and watch the human race become stronger. If they become stronger, they will definitely squeeze our living space. Moreover, it will definitely be easier for us to join the alliance in this battle. The price we pay will also be the smallest. There are many considerations, be it from the present, the future, or the benefits we can obtain. Patriarch Demonheart, you should understand our choice. The alien Downlords who were close to Patriarch Demonheart were all quite calm and collected. Their conversation ended quickly. Inside the Tongtian mountain painting, Patriarch Demonheart sighed softly. He looked at the 3 powerhouses of the human race and said, behind Celestial Lord Sanchi should be the Zhentian Holy Land. He took out an inheritance that was 10 times more detailed than yours. That's why many experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races sided with him. 10 times? Jiang Xi's expression changed slightly. This Zhentian Holy Land was really ruthless. He thought that the inheritance information he had sorted out was already very good, enough to make many factions in the Chaos Sea jealous. But he did not expect that the Zhentian Holy Land would be willing to take out an even better inheritance. Jiang Xi understood that even if he knew now, there was nothing he could do that was because he could not take out a better inheritance. Otherwise, it would really be raising a tiger to invite calamity. That would shake the foundation of the human race's future development. If he really took out a better inheritance, given the huge number of races in the Alliance of 10,000 Races, a large number of Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerates would definitely be born quickly. At that time, the human race's situation would be even more dangerous. Moreover, at this point, it was useless to say anything. Celestial Lord Sanchi was here for him. Asking for more inheritance was just a pretense. I didn't do well this time. However, since I obtained a portion of the inheritance information you gave me, I won't take part in this battle. Patriarch Demonheart sighed softly. Then, he left the heaven-connecting mountain river painting. Jiang Xi, Venerable Ming, and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments watched him leave and did not stop him. They understood that if they agreed to give the other 2/3 of the inheritance information on cultivating to the limits of an Empyrean, then Patriarch Demonheart should still stand on the side of the human race. However, in the face of this kind of massive number of powerhouses, an Empyrean powerhouse that could only unleash the combat strength of a Tao Lord would have no impact on the overall situation at all. Whether they kept him or not, it was no use. Let's fight to the death. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, who had always been calm, had a crazed look in his eyes. Our human race will never compromise. Venerable Ming snorted angrily. Master, Venerable Ming, looks like we can only go along with this crazy plan. Jiang Xi was filled with killing intent. Chapter 643. Within the space controlled by Patriarch Demonheart within one of the 5 flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. Lord Demonheart, it's our fault this time, isn't it? Please forgive us. Patriarch, Empyrean Sanchi can bring tremendous benefits to every single one of us, which is why we're listening to him for now. Once this battle is over and we receive the legacy information from Empyrean Sanchi doesn't have the right to be our leader at all. You're the one who can convince the masses of the Myriad Races Alliance. Yes, we still support Lord Demonheart. A large group of Tao Lords on Patriarch Demonheart's side comforted him. They knew that Patriarch Demonheart was very displeased with their sudden change of sides. These Tao Lords had all gathered together. Although they were comforting him, they were actually worried. They were worried that Patriarch Demon Heart would side with the humans and capture them, offering them to them so that the humans could use them as leverage. Alright, I understand what you mean. You're not wrong to do this. Patriarch Demon Heart glanced at them all. He sighed inwardly. Although they were all on his side, they weren't his slaves. He couldn't force them to do anything. Besides, there wasn't much he could do. If these 100 or so Tao Lords gathered together and unleashed their full power, he wouldn't be able to suppress them at all. They were more than capable of charging out of this 6th-order flying treasure. You can all wait here for now, Patriarch Demon Heart said. He'd taken benefits from the humans. Although he hadn't managed to get the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human side in the end, he'd still promised not to interfere. As an expert who kept his word, he wouldn't go back on his word. The 100 or so Tao Lords exchanged glances and smiled wryly. The internal strife within the Myriad Races Alliance was severe. After this battle, their status within the alliance would most likely decline. At the same time, the experts of the Monster and Ghost Alliance received Empyrean Sanche's message. They were all overjoyed. Empyrean Myriad Fiend and Empyrean Yang Du, in particular, understood everything behind the scenes. So Empyrean Sanche was Autarch Jun Tian's third chess piece. However, they didn't care too much about it. All they cared about was destroying the humans right now. Ha ha ha. Empyrean Myriad Fiend laughed wildly. I didn't think the human race would be so stupid as to offend the Myriad Races Alliance. Now that the Alliance of Myriad Races has joined our alliance, we now have more than 1,000 Tao Lords. They occupied almost 80% of the battle power of all the pinnacle powerhouses in the entire universe. The puny human race is not qualified to fight with us. They're bound to lose. That's right, he's definitely going to lose. A puny human dares to resist. There are so many of us here. A collective attack from us will probably cause them to crumble instantly. The Tao Lords of the Alliance were all roaring with laughter, filled with confidence. Thousands of Tao Lords and 6 celestial venerables. Such a powerful force was something that no force in the 4th universe could resist. They could only be crushed. Soon, the flying true treasures of the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance approached rapidly. Only Patriarch Demon Heart's flying true treasures remained stationary. Those cowards from the human camp are hiding in their 7th rank flying treasures. We can't hurt them at all. Surround them. Surround the 9-story tower. That's right. Surround the 9-story tower completely. Once they come out, we'll attack together and kill them instantly. Unless they hide inside forever and never come out. If they hide in their true treasure space forever, then we'll trap and suppress them forever. Given our current power, we only need 1/3 of the Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables to guard this place. That's enough to make the human camp unable to struggle. And we can seize the opportunity to plunder the human territory completely. Without territory, they'll be trapped forever. Unless they retreat to Tomorrow Venerable's miniature universe. But without the resources of the original universe, even with the powerful 8 Clouds inheritance, it'll be difficult for the human race to produce more pinnacle great beings. There'll be no threat to us. The great beings of the joint camp and the alliance of myriad races were extremely confident. 6 flying true treasures, each like a war fortress, surrounded the towering Sky Tower in the void space. It was like a giant sphere, with Sky Tower as the core. The 6 flying-type true treasures drew an arc in the air and circled around Sky-reaching Tower, completely surrounding it. Human, hurry up and admit defeat. Hand over the inheritance of 8 Cloud. Hand over all the inheritances from Tao Lords to Celestial Venerables. Once we confirm it, we'll leave immediately. If you don't hand it over, the human race will have no place in the 4th universe from now on. The territory of the human race will no longer belong to the human race. Hand over the inheritance. Hand over the inheritance. A majestic voice was transmitted directly into the heavenly tower. The Tao Lords on the 6 flying true treasures all spread their murderous auras. More than 1,000 Tao Lords and 6 celestial venerables. What a terrifying power. There's no hope of winning at all. Once we go out, we'll probably be reduced to ashes. Within the space of Sky Tower, more than 100 Tao Lords from the human camp were panicking. Even Celestial Venerable Liu and Celestial Venerable Lai Mountain looked extremely solemn. If they went out, they weren't confident that they could resist the joint attack of so many great beings. Jiang Ci, Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Nine Clouds, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other great beings of the human race saw this scene and understood. Even if the order was forcefully given, these Tao Lords probably wouldn't go out. After all, these alien races weren't willing to give up their lives for the sake of the human race. Forcing the human race to hand over the inheritance. Tao Lord Nine Clouds' eyes were filled with killing intent. In your dreams. Jiang Ci sneered. Not to mention the Juntian Sacred Land scheme behind the scenes, the other races outside all saw the human race as a great threat. Once the human race handed over the inheritance, the demon race, ghost race, and other top races would be able to continuously produce peak experts with their huge population. This way, even if the human race became stronger in the future, they wouldn't be a great threat to the alien races. Therefore, whether they chose to withdraw after obtaining the inheritance or directly drive the human race out of the fourth universe, it was acceptable to the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance. Jiang Ci. Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci. Celestial Venerable Ming also looked over. Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Clear Flame looked at Jiang Ci. Junior brother. Tao Lord Mi Luo did the same. The gazes of the surrounding human Tao Lords all fell upon River Word. They already knew about Jiang Ci's crazy plan and understood how crazy this so-called crazy plan was. Although Jiang Ci vowed that there wouldn't be any danger, how could they believe it? Back outside the Eight Cloud ruins, Jiang Ci had relied on the Eight Cloud Pavilion to block the joint attack of so many experts, but that was the Eight Cloud Pavilion. As for Tier 9 armor treasures and Tier 9 essence soul treasures, no one knew the exact strength of these legacies. Therefore, it was still unknown whether they could block the joint attack of thousands of Tao Lords and 6 heavenly venerables. However, now that the human race was facing a desperate situation, only Jiang Ci's crazy plan had hope of success. The only thing was that Jiang Ci's life was on the line. Leave it to me. Jiang Ci's eyes were cold. Be careful. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments couldn't help but exhort. Don't worry. Do they think they can kill me? Jiang Ci looked at the 6 flying-type treasures outside. They were close enough. Not far away, Celestial Exalt Liu and Celestial Exalt Lai Mountain felt a strong sense of curiosity. They still didn't know about the human race's plan, but based on the conversation between Jiang Ci and the human race, it seemed that this plan could give the human race a chance of victory. What was this plan? At this moment, in the starry skies of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, which had been completely destroyed, a total of 6 flying-type treasures were flying around Skypiercer Tower, each about 100 billion kilometers away. Hand over the legacies. Hand over the legacies. Hand over the legacies. The morale of the Tao Lords of the Allied faction and the Myriad Races Alliance was high. The overwhelming advantage filled them with absolute confidence. It's moving. It seems like someone is about to come out of the 9-story tower. Are they going to flee? Everyone, get ready. Get ready to attack together and kill them all. The experts of the 2 factions were all on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. The 6 flying-type treasures were rapidly approaching as well. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air outside Skypiercer Tower. Alone. It's Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race. Attack together. Attack my ass. Celestial Exalt Sanchi immediately roared. Everyone, stop. He's the inheritor of 8 clouds. If we kill him, who will we ask for the legacies from? However, his words were already too late. Boom boom boom. Thousands of terrifying secret technique attacks swarmed out of the 6 flying-type treasures, covering the sky and drowning Jiang Ci. The starry sky exploded with destructive energy. Not good. Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon's expression changed drastically. Everyone, stop. Celestial Exalt Yang Du shouted. Damn it. Celestial Exalt Sanchi was furious. They weren't afraid of offending Jun Tian Supreme, but they were worried that if they really killed Tao Lord Mountain Sea, the inheritance of 8 clouds would really be gone. Moreover, The conditions and legacies that Jun Tian Supreme had promised them would be gone too. Rumble. The rumbling of the energy explosion gradually subsided. How is this possible? He's fine. He's unharmed. In the rapidly recovering void, the black-armored figure was still standing there. Not far behind him was Sky Tower. Celestial Exalt Sanchi, Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon, and Celestial Exalt Yangdu could all confirm that Daolord Mountain Sea hadn't entered the 9-story tower to take refuge. How did Daolord Mountain Sea withstand such a terrifying concentrated attack? What kind of armor is he wearing? Tier 7? Tier 8? Celestial Exalt Sanchi was shocked. Even if it's a Tier 7 or Tier 8 armor, there were many Essence Soul attacks among the attacks just now. Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon shook his head. Something's wrong, Celestial Exalt Yangdu said in a low voice. Let's not worry about that for now. As long as he's not dead, we have to capture him no matter what. Then, they ordered their subordinates at the same time. Capture Daolord Mountain Sea. Capture him. Capture him alive. A series of excited, hysterical laughter and furious roars could be heard. Celestial Exalt Sanchi, Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon, and Celestial Exalt Yangdu controlled their flying-type treasures and quickly approached Jiangxi. They all had the mission of bringing Daolord Mountain Sea to the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Capture him alive. Jiangxi sneered. Come on, come closer. Let's see who can capture who alive. Once we're close enough, none of you can escape. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The distance of 100 billion kilometers was covered in an instant. Soon, the 6 celestial exalts controlled their flying-type treasures and entered a radius of 1 million kilometers around Jiangxi. Jiangxi stood in the void. Compared to the endless starry sky, he looked very small. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly shot out 2 terrifying blood-red rays. The 2 rays of blood-red light formed a mysterious blood-red pattern in the air almost instantly. What kind of secret technique is this? Is he still thinking of escaping? Be careful, don't let Daolord Mountain Sea escape. The experts on the 6 flying-type treasures were all worried that Jiangxi would use some unknown secret technique to escape. The next moment, cloud destruction. Attack. Jiangxi's eyes were cold. Whoosh. The mysterious blood-red pattern suddenly exploded like a scattering wind and clouds. The terrifying ripples with blood-red light instantly covered the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers, including the 6 flying-type treasures. Boom. The earth-shattering sound exploded in the minds of the Daolords from the alliance of 10,000 races and the joint camp. Thousands of Daolords from other races. They had been laughing crazily and excitedly just a moment ago, but now, they all entered a dazed state. Even the 6 celestial exalts, including Celestial Exalts Sanchi, Celestial Exalts Thousand Demons, and Celestial Exalts felt a terrifying impact on their primordial spirits. Their consciousness instantly became dazed and their thoughts became much slower. But then, Celestial Exalts Sanchi, Celestial Exalts Thousand Demons, and Celestial Exalts Yangdu, the 3 second-step Celestial Exalts, all woke up. The remaining 3 first-step Celestial Exalts were still in a daze. Oh no! What kind of attack is this? It actually made thousands of Daolords fall into a daze at the same time. Ping Qi and the other 2 are first-step Celestial Exalts. Their primordial spirits aren't as strong as ours, so they couldn't resist it. Even second-step Celestial Exalts like us were hit just now. At this moment, in the space of Sky Pisser Tower, the human experts were also stunned. Of course, they had noticed the abnormalities of the joint camp and the alliance of 10,000 races. This is impossible. The laws of heaven and earth of the original universe are fair. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying primordial spirit attack to appear. It's the 8 Clouds' inheritance. It must be an attack left behind by such a powerful civilization to break the laws of heaven and earth of the original universe. The alien experts couldn't believe it. Celestial Exalts Liu and Lai Shan didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with shock. Everyone, don't hesitate. Daolord 9 Clouds was the first to speak. Everyone, attack and destroy the joint camp and the alliance of 10,000 races in one fell swoop. Haha. Kill. Let's decide the outcome of this battle. The human experts no longer had any worries. They all rushed out of Sky Pisser Tower excitedly. At this moment, Jiang Xi had already moved. He picked up the sword embryo he had obtained from the Eight Clouds inheritance and charged toward one of the flying true treasures of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. During the years he had been in seclusion in the Eight Clouds ruins and the 2,000 years he had spent in the origin space of Mount Xianhuang, he had used the sword embryo to devour those 5th grade and 6th grade true treasures. The sword embryo had originally been a 7th grade true treasure, but after devouring a large number of true treasures, it had now become a peak 8th grade offensive true treasure. Even if he didn't use any secret techniques, he could easily unleash the combat strength of a peak Dao Lord. Chapter 644. The combined attacks of over 1,000 Dao Lords had caused the galaxy to shatter, but it was rapidly recovering. Countless spatial fragments seemed to be swept up by the waves, roaring and attacking everything. After Jiang Xi used Cloud Extinguisher's Essence Soul attack, the 6 flying treasures of the Allied faction and the Myriad Races Alliance seemed to freeze, stopping in the endless spatial turbulence. Within the flying treasure space a trillion kilometers away, Patriarch Demonheart and the 100 or so alien Dao Lords were also deeply shocked. They weren't within the range of Jiang Xi's attack, so they couldn't feel the terrifying might of the Essence Soul attack. However, they could detect the situation of the Myriad Races Alliance and the Allied faction. 6 Celestial Venerables and over 1,000 Dao Lords. Only 3 second-step Celestial Venerables quickly regained consciousness, while the other experts were all in a daze. In such a state, they were basically at the mercy of others. How did he do it? Patriarch Demonheart was shocked and confused, but also extremely wary. Fortunately, we didn't attack. We escaped disaster. The 100 or so alien Dao Lords who belonged to Patriarch Demonheart's faction were all overjoyed. When they looked at Patriarch Demonheart again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. If not for Patriarch Demonheart, they probably would have fallen into a daze like the other experts of the Myriad Races Alliance and been at the mercy of others. They could already see that Dao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race had already teleported over with a longsword in hand. Wake up, all of you. Celestial Venerables Sanchi, Myriad Demon, and Yang Du were all roaring furiously. Their voices carried the power of their essence souls, wanting to awaken the Dao Lords under their command. However, they didn't dare to use too much force, because these Dao Lords were in a daze and unable to resist. Given their strength as second-step Celestial Venerables, it was easy for them to unleash the power of a Dao Lord at the very limit. It was guaranteed that they wouldn't cause any collateral damage. Some of the weaker Dao Lords might even die. However, they underestimated the power of Cloud Extinguisher. The ripples with blood-colored light were like a blood net that tightly bound the primordial spirits of those powerhouses. Unless they could use their own strength to break through the net of blood, their essence souls would forever be in a daze. This was the primordial spirit supreme art passed down by God King 8 Cloud. Even in the primordial realm and the astral realm, it was a supreme technique that was second to none. Damn it! Empyrean Sanchi was furious. It's over. Empyrean Myriad Demon was both furious and in despair. Hateful. Laughable. Yang Du had a complicated expression on his face. From the moment they had broken free of the primordial bloodweb until now, it had actually been an extremely short process, not even an instant had passed. At this moment, Jiang Xi had already teleported over. Kill. Jiang Xi, who was wearing black armor and holding an ancient stone sword, shouted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Voila! A green ray of light appeared in the air. It was like a dream, flashing and disappearing. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained endless vitality. In an instant, the green light enveloped the 2 flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it was as if he had gone through a reincarnation cycle, from birth to death. The first move of the heavenly Dao scroll of the Mountain and Sea Sword, life reincarnation. Jiang Xi's expression was calm. A green sword light with a destructive aura descended from the void. As if it could destroy the world, It pierced through the 3 flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. These 3 were only rank 5 flying treasures. The defense of the treasures alone could not withstand the power of the green sword light. Although there were more than one first-step Empyrean and 100 Dao Lords in each flying treasure space, they were still in a daze. They were all in a daze and had no strength to resist. You killed a Cosmos-level Dao Lord, Eternal EXP +9. You killed a Cosmos-level Dao Lord, Eternal EXP +6. You killed a Flood-level Dao Lord, Eternal EXP +3. You killed a Desolate-level Dao Lord, Eternal EXP +1. Those Dao Lords instantly lost their lives, their bodies and souls destroyed. Only 3 first-step Empyreans survived. In the primordial universe, it was almost impossible to kill a heavenly venerable. However, at this moment, these 3 first-step Empyreans were still in a daze. They had not woken up and were floating in the starry sky. 3 flying-type supreme treasures and more than 300 Dao Lords had brought Riverward more than 1,000 eternal experience point. This sword, what kind of secret technique is this? It's too terrifying. Is this the limit of a Dao Lord? Mountain Sea Dao Lord. Mountain Sea Dao Lord. The 100 or so human experts who had just rushed out of Sky Tower were all extremely shocked. Then, they laughed loudly and shouted. They had won this battle. 3 more. At this moment, Jiang Xi looked at the flying treasures controlled by Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Myriad Demon, and Empyrean Yang Du. Mountain Sea Dao Lord, Jiang Xi, you are going to become enemies with the entire 4th universe. Empyrean Sanchi roared angrily. Those who had died just now were all experts of the Myriad Races Alliance. Jiang Xi's sword had caused the Myriad Races Alliance to lose half of their strength. What a joke. You are a sinister Empyrean who only knows how to scheme. How can you represent the 4th universe? Jiang Xi sneered. He raised the stone sword in his hand and was about to use another killer move. Mountain Sea Dao Lord, how about we stop here? Empyrean Myriad Demon suddenly asked. Mountain Sea Dao Lord, we are also willing to retreat. We can also promise that during this era of calamity, we will not take half a step into your human territory. Empyrean Yang Du's voice echoed in the starry sky. The 2 Empyreans lowered their heads. Unlike Empyrean Sanchi, they each had a pinnacle clan behind them. Empyrean Sanchi was a lone Empyrean. Even if the Myriad Races Alliance was destroyed, he could still leave in the end. It would be fine even if he never returned to the 4th universe. In this battle, if all the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance died, only the 2 of them would be left. That meant that the demons and ghosts were almost done for. On the other side, after hearing the words of the 2 Empyreans, the 100 or so human experts who had just teleported here gave up on their plans to attack. They looked at Jiang Xi, Empyrean Ming, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the others of the human race, waiting for orders. Empyrean Ming, Dao Lord 9 Firmaments, Dao Lord Clear Flame, Dao Lord Mi Luo, Dao Lord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts all focused their attention on Jiang Xi. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xi smiled. You want to retreat now? Too late. Kill. He roared, the blood-red light in his eyes extremely intense. Haha, that's how it should be. Enemies are to be killed, not negotiated. Use the enemy's blood in exchange for the future of the human race. The other experts of the human race also burst into laughter. This battle would determine the future of the human race. If the human race wanted to become the strongest race, they needed more and better territories to nurture more human geniuses. Only then would the human race prosper forever. Kill. 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 The foreign race experts of the human camp also roared excitedly and crazily. They had joined the human race, so naturally, they would rise or fall together. The situation before them was a foregone conclusion. Now, the human race would become the strongest race in the history of the 4th universe. In the future, they would even become the strongest race in the Chaos Sea. And they followed the human race, so their future would naturally not be bad. Eternity was not a dream. Attack! Attack! At this moment, none of the human experts held back. They all attacked with all their might. Empyrean Ming, Empyrean Liu, and Empyrean Lai Shan. Dao Lord 9 Firmaments, Dao Lord Clear Flame, Dao Lord Mi Luo, and the others, a total of more than 160 Dao Lords, collectively used all sorts of mystic arts, Dao arts, and essence spirit attacks. Rumble. The overwhelming attacks covered the last 3 flying true treasures. Block. Block for me. Empyrean myriad demon roared, his demonic aura filling the sky. If the ghost race is finished, you won't have it easy either. Empyrean Yang Du emitted a monstrous ghostly aura. This is the primal universe. I am an Empyrean. More than 100 Dao Lords joining forces. What can they do to me? Empyrean Sanchi was also resisting with all his might. He did not want to give up the power of the Myriad Races Alliance. Rumble. Instantly, the collective attacks of the human camp drowned the 3 flying true treasures. Accompanied by spatial torrents and shattering galaxies, the violent energy impact wanted to crush the Dao Lords within the true treasures. The 3 Empyreans were doing their best to resist. All 3 of them had the 8th tier true treasures bestowed by Prime Sky. Although they could only unleash the combat power of a Dao Lord and the 8th tier true treasures could only unleash the defensive limits of the primal universe, they were still 8th tier true treasures. However, it was an 8th grade supreme treasure after all, and its defensive power was astonishing. Most likely, in the entire Chaos Sea, there was no attack that could break through the defenses of an 8th tier true treasure. A sinister snake shadow, a beast-shaped armor, and a green-faced, fanged ghost mask. The 3 8th tier true treasures all became incomparably large as they blocked the attacks of the human camp. Boom. 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 Terrifying waves of energy crashed down upon the 3 8th tier true treasures. Heaven and earth rumbled as they defended. The entire Universe 4 could feel the terrifying waves of energy. After an unknown period of time, the waves of energy reached their peak. Haha, we blocked it. With us here, you won't be able to destroy our alliance. The Myriad Races Alliance won't be destroyed either. Empyrean Yang Du, Empyrean Allfiend, and Empyrean Sanchi all laughed wildly. This was because the destructive waves of energy had already begun to weaken. Only a few dozen of the weakest Dao Lords within the 3 flying true treasures had perished. This meant that they were able to withstand the attacks of the human camp. This meant that their alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, still had hope. Second stance of the Mountain Sea Sword, 5 elements, yin-yang. But right at this moment, Jiang Ci once more struck out with his sword. Streaks of 5-colored light flowed out, slowly spreading out to cover the last 3 true treasures. The 5-colored light constantly transformed, finally forming a black and white yin-yang diagram. Boom! In that instant, an enormous devouring force appeared. This yin-yang diagram seemed capable of devouring the entire world. The 3 flying true treasures were within the yin-yang diagram, and they were battered by the 5-colored swordlight and the devouring force. Not good. It's even stronger than the previous strike. Block it. What kind of gravity is this? Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Allfiend, and Empyrean Yang Du's laughter vanished. Although they all had 8th grade true treasures, they couldn't spare enough energy to defend against Jiang Ci's sword while fighting against the other experts of the human camp. Only a small portion of their beast-shaped armor, Ghostbane mask, and sinister serpent shadow could be used to block Jiang Ci's attack. Whoosh! The 5-colored swordlight and the devouring force easily broke through their defenses. An 8th grade true treasure. His sword is at least an 8th grade true treasure. The 3 Empyreans immediately realized this terrifying problem. But it was already too late. The endless 5-colored swordlight and the devouring force passed through the barriers of the 8th grade true treasures and wreaked havoc within the 3 flying true treasures. The bodies and primordial spirits of those dazed Dao Lords were shattered by the 5-colored swordlight one by one, turning into dust. Then, under the devouring force, they turned into nothingness. I wonder if it's a blessing before I die, and I'm not sure if it's a blessing before I die. You killed a universe-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +9, you killed a universe-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +6, you killed a flood-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +3, you killed a desolate-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +1. Once again, he received close to 2,000 eternal experience points. After this battle, His total experience points had exceeded 20,000. Eternal experience points, 22546. At this moment, Jiang Ci was checking his experience points balance. The experts of the human race were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't even think of celebrating. Is this something a human can do? One person had almost wiped out the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance. Of course, it wasn't that the other experts of the human camp didn't do anything. If they hadn't gone all out just now to restrain the three heavenly venerables, Jiang Ci's attack wouldn't have been able to break through the defense of the 8th grade true treasures. Even if the sword embryo in his hand was a 8th grade true treasure, it wouldn't have been enough. Unless the slaughtering shadow sword could be upgraded to a 9th grade true treasure, it wouldn't be able to break through the defense of an 8th grade true treasure human. This isn't over. Heavenly Venerable 3 Chi suddenly roared in anger. Then, he swept up the other 3 first-step Heavenly Venerables who were still in a daze and teleported away. These 3 lone Heavenly Venerables were all recruited by him into the Myriad Races Alliance. Naturally, he couldn't leave them to the human race. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerable Yang Du didn't say anything and teleported away as well. We won. Haha, we won. This battle is a great victory. The departure of the 3 Heavenly Venerables also caused the experts of the human camp to finally react. They won. One Tao Lord after another stood in the desolate starry skies of the Tao Alliance's celestial court and cheered. This had been the most prosperous place in the 4th universe, but now it was completely barren. However, none of the human experts felt any pain in their hearts. They had won. It would be easy for them to create a star field even more prosperous than the Tao Alliance's celestial court. Demon Heart, are you going to stay behind and celebrate with us? Jiang Ci stared at the starry skies a trillion kilometers away. Congratulations. Patriarch Demon Heart's voice rang out, but his tone was slightly bitter. Then, with a spatial ripple, Patriarch Demon Heart teleported away with his subordinates. Not a single one of his subordinates had died. Compared to the Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance, they were quite lucky. However, compared to the humans who had won a great victory, their luck seemed rather bleak. One could imagine that in the future, when faced with the increasingly powerful humans, the races behind these surviving Tao Lords wouldn't have an easy time. All our plans were for naught in the end. Patriarch Demon Heart sighed. He was beginning to regret his decision. After Empyrean threefold seized power, if he had taken the initiative to ask his 100+ subordinates to join the human camp, he might have been able to obtain the final limit Empyrean legacy and share in the spoils of this victory. Unfortunately, there were no IFS. Before the battle had erupted, he hadn't held out any hope for the human race at all. How could the humans possibly win against the incomparably powerful Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance? Still, the humans had won. A single Tao Lord of the mountains and seas had changed the entire situation. Chapter 645. Although Empyrean Threefold was furious, he was still able to leave in a carefree manner. As for Empyrean Allfiend and Empyrean Yang Du, they were worried. As supreme races, the monsters and ghosts had enormous resources. They couldn't just leave like that. But now that all of their Tao Lords had died, they were the only 2 generals left. They were no longer able to stop the humans from invading them. They had a grudge against the humans to begin with. Ever since the beginning of the cataclysm, when the 4th universe had given birth to countless races, the humans, monsters, and ghosts had been fighting over territory. They had been at war for countless eons, and the hatred between them had long since become irreconcilable. Even if the humans had won this battle, there was no way they would let them off. In the future, when the humans grew even more powerful, how could they not take revenge? For this reason, after leaving the battlefield, the 2 Empyreans met once more. We've already lost this war. The rise of the humans is unstoppable. This war will definitely be an excuse for them to attack us once they grow stronger, Empyrean Allfiend said in a low voice. That's right. That's why our 2 races have to truly join forces. When the time comes, we'll pull in the other races and form a loose alliance that'll be able to deal with the humans. This alliance won't ask for anything else. All we ask is that when the humans become too much of a threat, we'll be able to help each other and allow our races to survive. What do you think? Empyrean Yang Du sighed. That's all we can do. By now, they both understood that there was no longer any power in the fourth universe that could stop the humans from advancing. In the future, all they could do was survive and ensure that their races wouldn't be wiped out by the humans. The experts of the Human Alliance cleaned up the battlefield, then went to the headquarters of the Violet Heaven sect, which was closest to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. There, they held a lively celebratory banquet. The human Tao Lords were the most excited of all. The alien Tao Lords who had joined the humans were incredibly happy as well. This was because when the humans grew stronger, their vassal races would naturally grow stronger as well. After the banquet, the alien Tao Lords all retreated and returned to their own races. The human Tao Lords, however, were gathered together. They all sat atop the ninth heavens, with fine wine and delicacies from every part of the universe placed before them. Our race has won a great victory. This battle has established a powerful foundation for our race in the fourth universe. In the future, no alien race will ever be able to stop us from developing. The eternal prosperity of the human race is already in sight. Let's congratulate the human race. The human race's strongest expert, Ming Tianzuan, looked at everyone and raised his wine cup. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Flameless, and the other human experts all raised their cups. Back then, my master, Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament, led the human race to rise from a tiny race to a pinnacle race. It was only after Master was permanently suppressed by the universe's origin that the development of the human race came to a halt. Countless eras have passed. The Monster Clan and the Ghost Clan, who were once suppressed by the Human Clan, now dare to compete with us. The two sacred grounds of the Chaos Sea, which were once intimidated by Master's invincible reputation, now dare to plot against us human. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. Fortunately, we have another dazzling legendary expert. He looked at Jiang Ci and said, Jiang Ci has contributed greatly to this victory. We should all toast to Jiang Ci. Yes, it's all thanks to Jiang Ci this time. Jiang Ci. Mountain Sea. The human experts all raised their cups and looked at Jiang Ci. They had all seen this battle and knew how much credit Jiang Ci had contributed. Especially in the final battle earlier, Jiang Ci had almost single-handedly fought all the experts of the Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance. How terrifying and heaven-defying was that? And Jiang Ci had actually survived and almost wiped out the enemy. Jiang Ci also raised his cup. Speaking of which, the calamity of the human race this time was also caused by me. It was because of the Eight Clouds legacy that so many people coveted it. That's nothing. The future prosperity of the human race depends on this legacy. No need to say more. You have contributed greatly. There's nothing wrong with that. Yes, don't take it to heart. The experts of the human clan all burst into laughter. At the same time, in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea, Juntian Holy Land universe, the human race actually won. After Juntian Supreme heard the news, he was obviously very dissatisfied. As expected of the Eight Clouds legacy, he has so many tricks up his sleeve before he has grown up. However, this way, it will be difficult to explain to Illusion Immortal General Chen. Recently, he found that he could no longer contact Illusion Immortal General Chen. However, he knew that this Chaos Origin Immortal General might appear in front of him at any time. If he didn't complete any of the 3 missions, it would be a big problem. With the strength of Chaos Origin Immortal General, his situation in the Star Origin realm would definitely not be good in the future. However, the problem now was that his plan to destroy the human race in the fourth universe had failed. It was impossible to find another way to destroy the human race. Not to mention bringing Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race in the fourth universe to Illusion Immortal General Chen. For a moment, this Eternal Supreme was in a dilemma. It's still the problem of the legacy. Since the human race has the Eight Clouds legacy, they will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Then I'll spread the legacy of nurturing Tao Lords and the legacy of cultivating supreme celestials to the entire fourth universe. Not only will I give it to the Myriad Races Alliance, but I'll also give it to the demon race, ghost race, and other races, regardless of their size. In this way, there might still be a chance. After another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or an era, with the huge number of races, there might be enough Tao Lords to launch another attack on the human race. Jun Tian Supreme quickly made a decision. Illusion Immortal General Qian did not set a time limit for him to complete the mission. As long as he could complete it in this era of calamity, it would be fine. Soon, Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Myriad Demon, and Empyrean Yang Du received the same legacy information. This was a systematic legacy that could be cultivated from weak to Empyrean. After seeing this legacy, Empyrean Sanchi did not feel much. He followed Jun Tian Supreme's orders and spread the legacy to the various races of the Myriad Races Alliance. As for Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yang Du, they were pleasantly surprised and worried. Because the appearance of this legacy would probably change the situation in the entire fourth universe, this was a mixed blessing for the demon race and ghost race. In the future, perhaps their two peak races could become even stronger and resist the conquest of the human race. But perhaps, with the help of this legacy, even more peak races would appear. At that time, the situation and living space of the demon race and ghost race would definitely be worse than now. But they also understood that it was useless to think about anything now. Their momentum was gone. No matter what they did, it was not up to them. Once they embarked on this path, there was no turning back. The race war that almost engulfed the entire fourth universe had passed. However, the battle this time was completely between peak powerhouses. Countless ordinary lives were completely unaware of it. Some low-level wars might bring disaster to them, but a war between peak powerhouses could hardly affect ordinary people. However, it was different after the war. The joint camp of the demon race and ghost race, the Myriad Races Alliance with 194 peak races as the core, was now completely defeated. Almost all the Tao Lords were wiped out. And the human race naturally would not be merciful and let them go. Soon, the huge war machine began to set off on the path of conquest. Countless armies of immortals, led by true monarchs, went to conquer the territories of the other races. A massacre was unavoidable. The rise of any powerful race could not avoid blood and fire. Of course, there was no need to mobilize too many human Tao Lords to expand the territory. Therefore, Jiang Xi was free. His clone prepared to enter a long period of seclusion and use the interface to increase his strength. As for his main body, he naturally entered the Chaos Sea again to temper himself. He had not obtained some of the opportunities in the Chaos Sea yet. For example, the inheritance and treasures of Qing Shuang's race, which was the Qing Yuan race, were still in a void world space in the Myriad World's ruins. Last time, because of the appearance of the 8 Clouds inheritance, he did not have time to take it. Now, he could go. In addition, the last 2 incomplete parts of the Rank 9 Supreme Treasure, the 7 Mountains, were also in the Chaos Sea. He was prepared to travel in the Chaos Sea and find the incomplete parts. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. During this 1,000 years, the entire fourth universe was in a period of great turmoil. Outside the human race's territory, almost all the life-star zones were at war. In the fourth universe, apart from the demons and ghosts, the major races still had some resistance. As for the other races, especially the top ones, because they had lost their Tao Lords, it was difficult for them to resist the invasion of the human race's army. On this day, Jiang Xi's clone received a message from his master, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. The two of them met through a transmission phantom. Master. Jiang Xi's transmission phantom appeared in front of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. I didn't disturb your cultivation, did I? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked with a smile. No, I didn't. My cultivation has already risen to the level of a universe Tao Lord. I'm looking for an opportunity to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. Jiang Xi smiled. Very good. It seems that as your master, I'm really going to fall behind you. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed when he heard Jiang Xi's confident words. He was a half-step heavenly venerable and was on the verge of a breakthrough, so he knew very well about Jiang Xi's current state. That's hard to say. Who knows, Master might break through first and become another heavenly venerable expert of the human race. Jiang Xi smiled. Of course, even so, he felt that he should be the first to break through. With the experience points, no one could compare to him in terms of cultivation speed. After 1,000 years of seclusion, he had used the experience points panel to increase everything that could be improved. Cultivation, True Body, Universe Dao Lord, 900 yuan 900 yuan, Clone, Universe Dao Lord, 900 yuan 900 yuan, Dao Technique, Ultimate Sword Dao, 1000 yuan 1,000 yuan, 5 Elements Heavenly Dao, 1000 yuan 1,000 yuan, Life Heavenly Dao, 1000 yuan 1,000 yuan, Secret Technique Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Dao Scroll, 10,000 yuan 10,000 yuan, 8 Lives, 589 yuan 20,000 yuan, Cloud Annihilation, 642 yuan 20,000 yuan. Cultivation Technique, Purple Firmament Sword Sutra Deduction, 1 million experience points per time conversion, 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points, 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point, 7,852 trillion eternal experience point, 10253 yuan. Now, as long as he could deduce the Dao technique to the origin realm, he could directly advance to a heavenly venerable with 8 clouds inheriton. Of course, apart from his cultivation, his true combat strength had already surpassed many heavenly venerables. This was because the 8 lives and cloud annihilation that he had cultivated had already reached the second level of the 2 ultimate arts. His body was comparable to a Tier 7 supreme treasure. In the entire Chaos Sea, there was probably no powerhouse who could completely destroy his body, let alone kill him. The strength of his primordial spirit had reached the level of a second step heavenly venerable. There were not many powerhouses in the entire Chaos Sea who could surpass him. Now, in a real battle, probably only Ming Tianzuan, who was close to being an invincible heavenly venerable, could suppress him. There's one more thing. Recently, our race has discovered something strange, Dao Lord Nine Clouds said. Something strange? In the process of conquering the foreign races, we discovered that some of the foreign races who originally had no resistance began to have some resistance. Their overall strength seems to have increased compared to 1,000 years ago. Did the forces of the Chaos Sea interfere? Jiang Xi guessed something. That's right, it's the Juntian Holy Land. Dao Lord Nine Clouds nodded. Some time ago, we destroyed the ancestral land of an ordinary race. From their inheritance, we discovered a piece of inheritance information from the Juntian Holy Land. Only then did we know that the Juntian Holy Land had taken out a complete inheritance system that could reach the heavenly venerable level and secretly passed it down to a large number of races in the 4th universe. In the past 1,000 years, those foreign races relied on this inheritance system to secretly cultivate many immortal Dao powerhouses, Dao Lord Nine Clouds explained. Juntian Holy Land. They haven't given up on destroying the human race. It seems that I haven't killed enough. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the past 1,000 years, his true body had been wandering the Chaos Sea and had killed many Dao Lord powerhouses of the Juntian Holy Land. However, I'm afraid that their plan to suppress our human race is going to fail after 1,000 years of accumulation. The number of elites and geniuses of the human race has reached a critical point that is about to explode. At that time, even if those foreign races have the inheritance of the Juntian Holy Land, it will be useless. They can't compare to the geniuses and powerhouses of the human race at all. Dao Lord Nine Clouds laughed. That's right. Sooner or later, the foreign races will be conquered by the human race. Jiang Xi laughed as well. With the help of the 8 Clouds inheritance, the human race's cultivation system was even more perfect. The probability of emerging geniuses increased by 100 or 1,000 times. 1,000 years was enough to accumulate to a point of explosion. Of course, this was only a small explosion. The longer the time, the more powerful the human race would be and the greater their potential would be. On the other side, the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. A 9-story pagoda was advancing at high speed. It was Jiang Xi's true body that was controlling the heaven-connecting tower. In the past 1,000 years, he had been wandering all over the Chaos Sea in order to find the incomplete parts of the Tier 9 Supreme Treasure, the seventh mountain, through the connection between Supreme Treasures. Zhentian Holy Land? Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a bloody light. In that case, let's make a trip there. It just so happens that it's closer to the Myriad World's ruins. I can take the treasures of the green primordial race along the way. Chapter 646. Jiang Xi drove Sky Connecting Tower and spent half a month in Chaos Sea before finally arriving at Zhentian Holy Land. This was also his first time getting close to Eternal Holy Land. Looking from afar, one could only see boundless primal chaos fog surging in the void like a surging ocean. And a behemoth was floating in the Chaos Sea. The size of Zhentian Holy Land was second only to the 4 original universes. It was much larger than all the celestial venerate miniature universes he had seen before. If he had to give an exact number, the diameter of a celestial venerate miniature universe was at most 9 trillion light-years. And the diameter of Zhentian Holy Land's universe was more than 50 trillion light-years. Let's check it out first. Jiang Xi immediately teleported over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He teleported several times and crossed a distance. Finally, he arrived at a position 100 million light-years away from Zhentian Holy Land. Huh! Jiang Xi instantly froze there as if he was frozen. Then, he looked down at the armor on his body. This was an armor true treasure transformed from the 9th tier true treasure, 7 mountains. This armor, which had completely turned pure black, was trembling slightly. Vaguely, he could feel that it was a true treasure from the direction of Zhentian Holy Land. It's sensing it. Jiang Xi quivered, and his eyes lit up. He stared at the incomparably huge Holy Land in front of him. The last 2 mountains are in Zhentian Holy Land. Jiang Xi's eyes burst with a bloody light, but he quickly suppressed it. His heart was full of desire. He really wanted to kill his way in. However, this was not realistic at all for him now. After receiving 8 Clouds' inheritance, although he could not see the information of the eternal state, he could vaguely guess that the 2 primordial realm supremes in Chaos Sea should not be able to leave the eternal universe. Otherwise, the 2 supremes would have surrounded him during the fight for 8 Clouds' inheritance instead of letting their celestial venerates and Tao lords capture him. Therefore, if it was in Chaos Sea, as long as he did not meet an invincible celestial venerate, he was not afraid. However, it was hard to say inside the Holy Land. That was the territory of the Supremes. With his current strength, only death awaited him if he challenged them. Jiang Xi could not help but swear. How long has it been? If he counted the time he spent in seclusion in the 8 Cloud Pavilion, then he had not cursed for 1 billion years. However, at this moment, Jiang Xi couldn't help but curse. Why is he in the Great Sky Holy Land? In the entire Chaos Ocean, there are so many miniature universes. If they are in the miniature universes of celestial venerables, I might be able to get my hands on them. Even in the Red Lotus Holy Land, I can think of a way, but why is it in the Great Heaven Holy Land? Jiang Xi was furious in his heart. The Zhentian Holy Land and him were like fire and water. Since 1,000 years ago, they had been thinking of ways to exterminate the 4th universe's human race. The conflict between the 2 was absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, he had also killed some Tao lords of the Zhentian Holy Land during the 1,000 years he had been traveling in the Chaos Sea. This conflict had deepened even further. Strange. Since the final 2 mountains are in the Great Sky Holy Land, why didn't they discover the connection between the 2 mountains and Mount Xianhuang? Jiang Xi frowned. On second thought, he understood. It's because the distance is too far. Just like when I obtained the 3 mountains from Master 9 Firmaments, I couldn't sense Mount Xianhuang either. It wasn't until I went to Gold Flow River and passed through the space whirlpool that I sensed it. And these 2 mountains of the Great Sky Holy Land might not have left the Holy Land universe in all these years. Then, there are 2 possibilities now. One is that some weak fellows like tribulation transcenders and true lords who aren't qualified to leave the Holy Land universe obtained it. The other is that it was placed in the treasure vault of some strong being as a useless item, Jiang Xi guessed. The grade of the incomplete two mountains was definitely not high. It was already not bad if it was a second-stage true treasure. As for the Tao Lords of the Holy Land universe, they naturally disdained to use a true treasure of this level. That was why the last two mountains had never appeared in the Chaos Sea. This is troublesome. With the conflict between the two sides, the Great Sky Holy Land definitely wouldn't give the final two mountains to him in that case. There's only one way. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. Capture someone. It was commonly known as kidnapping. Capture the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land and make a deal with them. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi turned around and teleported to another place. Originally, he came to the Great Sky Holy Land this time to block the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land who entered and left the Holy Land universe and then kill them. Now, he couldn't wait any longer. This was because blocking people was a very time-consuming process. It would be good if he could block one or two in 10,000 years. That was far from enough. Therefore, he could only capture the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land who were roaming the Chaos Sea. At the same time, in a prosperous life-star system inside the Great Sky Holy Land universe. You and I are fated. Are you willing to take me as your master? The voice of a fifth-rank true lord with 6 arms rumbled in the sky above a planet. Below, an ordinary member of the Great Sky Holy Land was kneeling. He only had 2 arms and looked very similar to a human. The youth who was only at the Tao integration stage immediately revealed an excited expression. Yes, disciple is willing. Disciple greets master. However, he waited for a long time and didn't see this powerful existence reply. He gathered his courage and looked up, only to see this powerful existence in a daze. Master! Master! He called out twice in a row. The 6-armed man came back to his senses and smiled. Stay here for the time being. I'll come and pick you up in the future. After speaking, he teleported and disappeared. Only the youth was left kneeling on the ground with a dumbfounded expression. This powerful existence was playing with him. After the 6-armed man teleported to another starry sky, he stopped. He looked at the trembling grey armor on his body in shock. Could this be the reaction of a true treasure? My grey stone armor is actually incomplete. The 6-armed man was extremely excited. With the foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, the information that a true lord knew about a true treasure naturally far surpassed the strong beings of the 4 primal universes. The 6-armed man was very clear that although his grey stone armor was only a second-stage true treasure, the space-time domain function it came with was extremely magical. This made him very famous among the 5th-rank true lords. I've lived for 380 calamity eras and traveled throughout the Holy Land universe, but I've never encountered such a thing. Therefore, this true treasure's reaction is definitely not in the Holy Land universe but from the Chaos Sea. The problem is that I'm only a quasi-Daolord and am not qualified to enter the Chaos Sea. Thinking of this, the 6-armed man was worried. He could only report this matter to the Tao Lords of the Holy Land and ask them to find a chance to find the incomplete grey stone armor. However, he was also very clear that this hope was very slim. Most likely, no Tao Lord would be willing to specially search the Chaos Sea for a 5th-rank true lord like him. On the other side, a month later, Chaos Sea, the abyss of Space Trap. This was the huge abyss left behind after Mount Shenhuang disappeared, and it was also the new 3rd most dangerous place in the Chaos Sea. The entire abyss was more than 100 million light-years in diameter, second only to the Myriad Worlds ruins. In terms of danger, it was not much inferior to the Myriad Worlds ruins and Gold River, the 2 ancient most dangerous places. Boom! A 9-story tower was moving at high speed and plunging directly into the abyss. Within the true treasure space, Jiang Xi carried the shadow-killing sword on his back and looked at the abyss. He said softly, "The Great Sky Holy Land sent many strong beings to search the abyss of Space Trap in order to find Mount Shenhuang. I should be able to get enough chips here to trade with the Great Sky Holy Land. Look, it's the rank 7 supreme treasure, Heaven Connecting Tower. It's the heaven-connecting tower of the fourth universe. I heard that 1,000 years ago, there was a huge battle in the fourth universe. Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race used this heaven-connecting tower to resist the full-force attack of the United Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance for the human race. Its power is incomparably powerful. Although the abyss of space trap had not been formed for long, many of the experts who cultivated in Mount Shenhuang had stayed behind. They were well informed and naturally knew what happened in the fourth universe. Moreover, after that battle, Jiang Xi did not intend to continue hiding the information about Heaven Connecting Tower. With his strength, there was naturally no need to hide in this Chaos Sea and let the news spread. Therefore, all the major factions in the Chaos Sea knew about the existence of Heaven Connecting Tower. Now, these experts who were wandering in the abyss of space trap immediately knew that Jiang Xi had come when they saw Heaven Connecting Tower. Therefore, these experts from the various factions in the Chaos Sea hurriedly sent this information back to their own factions. Patriarch, the human race's Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the fourth universe just entered the abyss of space trap. Master Heavenly Venerate, we found traces of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Ancestor, just now, Tao Lord Mountain Sea came to the abyss of space trap. Although the Chaos Sea was huge, the news spread very quickly. In just one day, the news spread throughout the four primal universes and the two holy lands. After all, ever since Jiang Xi obtained the Eight Clouds inheritance, he had become a moving treasure in the eyes of the entire Chaos Sea. Who didn't want to obtain the inheritance from Jiang Xi? However, they didn't have the ability. Back then, dozens of heavenly venerates and almost 1,000 universe realm Tao Lords joined forces and surrounded the Eight Cloud ruins, but they still couldn't stop Jiang Xi. In addition, in the past 1,000 years, Jiang Xi had fought many battles in the Chaos Sea and killed many Tao Lords. He was infamous. This made everyone understand that it was impossible to obtain the inheritance from Jiang Xi. Instead, they had to hide from Jiang Xi. All the Tao Lords of our race, listen up. Do not provoke Tao Lord Mountain Sea. If you see him from afar, avoid him immediately. Pass down the order. All the Tao Lords are not to provoke Jiang Xi. Thus, Jiang Xi entered the abyss of space trap without any obstruction. Now, only those heavenly venerates dared to provoke him. As for heavenly venerates, they were usually in the depths of the abyss. As for Tao Lords, now, all the major factions knew that even the top universe realm Tao Lords wouldn't be able to last more than 3 strikes from Tao Lord Mountain Sea. When they saw heaven-piercing tower go directly into the depths of the abyss, those Tao Lords heaved a sigh of relief. This was a malefic star. In the 2 wars of the Eight Cloud ruins and the fourth universe, Tao Lord Mountain Sea alone killed more than 2,000 Tao Lord. They all thought that I would start a massacre. I'm not stupid. Jiang Xi stood in the treasure space of heaven-piercing tower and looked at the churning chaos fog outside. Although I can easily kill Tao Lords and am even better at it than many heavenly venerates, won't I be making enemies everywhere if I go on a killing spree? I'm not afraid of making enemies everywhere, but it will harm the human race and the races that rely on us. All the foreign race experts he had killed over the years had either attacked him of their own accord or had enmity with him, such as the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Apart from that, he would not take the initiative to kill other Tao Lords. Jiang Xi knew very well that if he massacred foreign race Tao Lords in Chaos Sea for no reason, the nature of the situation would be different. In that case, the heavenly venerates of the other races would also be able to hunt down the human race and the Tao Lords that relied on the human race. At that time, weaker experts like Tao Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Long Wall, Tao Lord Chengyu, and the others would find it difficult to move around in Chaos Sea. Therefore, even if he could obtain eternal EXP, Riverward would not do such a foolish act of killing at will, much less do it. He was a human, not a beast. With my combat strength, I can easily capture the Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Then, let's begin. Then, Jiang Xi went all the way down. At the same time, he used his spirit sense to scan his surroundings to see if there were any experts from the Great Sky Sacred Ground. With the current strength of his essence spirit, he could scan an area of 30,000 light-years. A year later, in the depths of the Void Trap Abyss, Dual Spiral Domain. Whoosh! Two huge vortexes formed by the chaos fog were tearing everything apart. They tore apart the surrounding void and disturbed spacetime, making it impossible for people to teleport. This was a terrifying danger zone left behind after Mount Shenhuang disappeared. The core area of the two huge vortexes was enough to annihilate the top universe realm Tao Lords. At this moment, at the edge of the dual spiral domain, there was a huge stone celestial body floating in the air. The largest diameter of the stone celestial body was more than 1 billion kilometers, and there were 9 Tao Lords entrenched on it. All of them were staring at the core of the distant vortex. A supreme treasure was about to be born there. No one expected that the dual spiral domain formed by the disappearance of Mount Shenhuang would be a place where supreme treasures have a high probability of appearing. In other places, it's already not bad if one Tier 5 supreme treasure appears in an epoch. But here, in just a short 1,000 years, more than 10 Tier 3 supreme treasures, 6 Tier 4 supreme treasures, and even 1 Tier 5 supreme treasure have appeared. The Tao Lords were all waiting for the supreme treasure to appear with burning eyes. Suddenly, boom! In the distance, a stream of light was flying forward at high speed. The suction force of the dual spiral domain is extremely powerful. Who is it? Who dares to fly above the dual spiral domain? Aren't they worried about being swept down? It's Skyreach Tower, a 9-story tower. It's Skyreach Tower of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. No wonder he dares to charge in so directly. So it's a Tier 7 flying supreme treasure. If I had one, I would dare to charge into the depths of the dual spiral domain. On the stone celestial body, the 9 Tao Lords were all amazed. Hey! Skyreach Tower is turning. It's flying towards us. Instantly, the 9 Tao Lords were all frantic. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea had no ill intentions towards them, why would he turn in their direction? Even if they wanted to flee now, it was already too late. They were already very close to the tower, and within the dual spiral domain, they didn't dare to teleport. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, we're willing to hand over this supreme treasure that's about to appear. They chose to back down. Skyreach Tower gradually decelerated, hovering above the stone celestial body. Whoosh! A black armored figure flew out, staring downwards as he swept the 9 Tao Lords with his gaze. Don't worry about the other 8 Tao Lords. I came here for him. Jiang Ci pointed downwards at one of the universe Tao Lords. Instantly, the other 8 Tao Lords on the stone celestial body turned to look, wanting to see which unlucky fellow it was. They saw a tall, muscular man with 8 arms. He first looked around, then looked up at Jiang Ci, his face filled with terror. Chapter 647. Me. I. The 8-armed man looked around. The other 8 Tao Lords all stood off to one side, intentionally moving a bit further away. Clearly, they were quite willing to see this 8-armed Tao Lord suffer a tragic fate. This was because this 8-armed man was the strongest among the 9 of them. Naturally, he had the highest chance of obtaining the supreme treasure that was about to appear. These alien Tao Lords could also see that Jiang Ci didn't care about the supreme treasure that was about to appear in the dual whirlpool domain. He was completely targeting this 8-armed man. They weren't worried about their own safety because Jiang Ci had roamed the Chaos Sea for so many years and had never wantonly killed anyone. In the past 1,000 years, many of his attacks were basically targeted at the Great Sky Sacred Land. Tao Lord Hong Ran of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Jiang Ci looked down at the 8-armed man. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I've never met you before. We have no enmity. I've also never targeted the experts of the 4th universe's human race. May I know why you're looking for me? Tao Lord Hong Ran hurriedly said in fear and anxiety. Although he was a top universe Tao Lord and came from the eternal universe that didn't fear calamities, he naturally trembled in fear when he encountered someone who could easily kill him. In fact, he wanted to escape just now, but it was already too late when he saw the sky-piercing tower. No enmity. Your Great Sky Sacred Land has always targeted the human race. That's enmity. Jiang Ci sneered. The other 8 Tao Lords watched from the side and stayed away, afraid that they would be implicated. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, don't be unreasonable. Tao Lord Hong Ran said directly. If he wasn't in front of Jiang Ci, he would also be an extremely arrogant expert. Now, he could only endure. Don't struggle. Jiang Ci's expression was cold. Come in. Then, he berated. Instantly, a whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the sky-piercing tower. A powerful suction force instantly acted on Tao Lord Hong Ran below. No. Tao Lord Hong Ran roared and struggled with all his might. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're going to fight to the death with my great sky sacred land. Celestial Master Dark Ink of my Holy Land universe is in the abyss of pitch void right now. If you kill me, he'll definitely come for you. This roar caused the surrounding void to tremble. Tao Lord Hong Ran was already resisting with all his might Celestial Venerable Dark Ink. I just happened to have a score to settle with him, Jiang Ci said coldly. Whoosh. Although Tao Lord Hong Ran tried his best to resist, he was still constantly being sucked into Heavenspan Tower. Then, it was completely sucked in and disappeared. This caused the 8 spectating alien Tao Lords to tremble in fear. They were so quiet that they didn't dare to make a sound. Although they knew how powerful Jiang Ci was, they were still terrified when they saw it with their own eyes. Tao Lord Hong Ran, who had dominated the Chaos Sea for countless eons, had been devoured by Heavenspan Tower so easily. I thought there would be a great battle. This Jiang Ci is too crazy. He actually doesn't take Tao Lord Hong Ran seriously at all. Moreover, many experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land are in the abyss of pitch void. Especially that Celestial Master Dark Ink, he's the second Great Sky Venerable expert of the Great Sky Sacred Land. His strength is incomparably terrifying. There aren't many in the entire Chaos Sea who can defeat him. That's right. Isn't he worried that he'll be intercepted by the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land if he attacks here? This abyss of pitch void isn't the vast Chaos Sea outside. He can escape at any time outside. Once he's blocked here, he'll probably be in danger. While they were discussing secretly via voice transmission, Jiang Ci held Heavenspan Tower in his hand and slowly descended, causing the expressions of the 8 alien Tao Lords to change drastically. What are you doing? You've already captured Tao Lord Hong Ran of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Why aren't you leaving? Jiang Ci stepped on the huge rock and looked at the 8 Tao Lords around him. These alien Tao Lords were all above the Eon realm. 2 of them were even top universe realm Tao Lords, 1 step away from becoming a half-step heavenly venerable. He said directly, I captured Tao Lord Hong Ran to wait for the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land to come and stop me. You can also help me spread the news that I, Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, am waiting for the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land to come in the dual whirlpool region of the abyss of pitch void. I'll only give them 10 years. If no experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land come in 10 years, I'll kill Tao Lord Hong Ran. Everyone, do you understand? Riverward asked with a cold gaze. Don't worry. Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, we'll do our best to help spread the news of such a small matter. How would the 8 alien Tao Lords dare to disobey? This Jiang Ci was really domineering. He directly wanted to go against the entire Great Sky Sacred Land. Naturally, they weren't willing to get involved. Now, they were just spreading the news. Even if Jiang Ci didn't instruct them, they would take the initiative to spread the news. After all, those who wanted to watch the show didn't mind blowing things up. Then, everyone, continue to wait for the treasure to appear. Don't worry about me. Jiang Ci waved his hand. Heavenspan Tower, which was originally in his palm, directly landed on the huge rock. Then, it rapidly expanded to hundreds of millions of kilometers tall and stood in the center of the huge rock. Jiang Ci entered the space of the supreme treasure and waited. Tao Lord Hong Ran, if none of the experts of your Great Sky Sacred Land come, don't blame me when you die, Jiang Ci said with a smile. Tao Lord Hong Ran, who was imprisoned in Heavenspan Tower, didn't say a word. Jiang Ci smiled. It was Tao Lord Hong Ran who reminded him of this decision just now. Since the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land wouldn't let him go, then it was just right. He would capture an expert of the Great Sky Sacred Land and wait here. It would save him the effort of searching the Great Sky Sacred Land. If he searched bit by bit, He would probably spend thousands of years and could only capture 10 or 8 experts of the great sky sacred land. Now, he just needed to wait for the rabbit to appear. It would be best if he could capture Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang this time. Jiang Xi's heart was filled with fighting spirit now. If it were a third step Heavenly Venerable from the 4 primal universes, he might not be able to defeat them and wouldn't have the strength to capture them. But Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang from the Holy Land was different. This third step Heavenly Venerable didn't have a miniature universe and only relied on a full set of 7th step true treasures to maintain the combat power of a third step Heavenly Venerable. And Jiang Xi didn't lack true treasures the least. A 7th step true treasure was like a piece of paper in front of him now. Jiang Xi was one of the key figures in the primordial realm's chaos sea. His every move was valued. He hadn't made a move since entering the abyss. Unexpectedly, he suddenly captured Dao Lord Hongran from the Great Sky Sacred Land and announced that he would wait for the arrival of the other experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land in the Dual Whirlpool region for 10 years. There are many experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land in the abyss. Be it in the depths or the outer region, they can all arrive in the Dual Whirlpool region within a year. Dao Lord Mountain and Sea gave a 10-year deadline. Obviously, there's plenty of time. Dao Lord Mountain and Sea can be said to be the #1 madman in the Chaos Sea. Even the invincible Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament didn't do such a crazy thing. He's the 8 Clouds inheritor. He's indeed different. The news spread rapidly. That day, in the depths of the abyss of Pitfall region, in a dangerous place called the Fantasy Spirit Zone. The Fantasy Spirit Zone was one of the most dangerous places after the formation of the abyss of Pitfall region. It was famous for its illusions. Even with a 7th step primordial spirit true treasure, it would be difficult to escape once lost. Of course, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunities. If one was lucky, they would be able to gain a lot here. Rumble, an ancient flying ship floated outside the Fantasy Spirit Zone. On the flying ship, there was a huge plant creature, a fog creature, and an 8-armed man. They were the 3 great experts of the Shenhuang Mountain, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon, Heavenly Venerable Xie, and Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang. Qing Yang, that Dao Lord Mountain and Sea captured the experts of your Great Sky Sacred Land and specially spread the news that he was waiting for your experts in the Dual Whirlpool region. He even gave you 10 years. He knew that you were in the abyss of Pitfall region, but he still dared to take the initiative to spread the news. It seems that he's here for you. If you don't go, I'm afraid you'll become the joke of the entire Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerable Xie chuckled. Qing Yang, are you going? Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon also looked over. They all knew some of the past between Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang and Jiang Xi. Back then, Jiang Xi had briefly appeared in the Shenhuang Mountain and killed a top universe realm Dao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang attacked and almost died in the Shenhuang Mountain. That kid has many supreme treasures on him. Although he's only a Dao Lord, even I don't have the confidence to capture him, let alone kill him, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon said. Many supreme treasures. My Great Sky Sacred Land doesn't lack supreme treasures. Since he dares to act so arrogantly this time, I'll capture him and force the 8 Clouds inheritance out of him. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang sneered. He looked at Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xie. Are you going? No. I don't want to provoke the humans of the 4th universe. Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xie both shook their heads. What a joke. Apart from Jiang Xi, the humans of the 4th universe also had Heavenly Venerable Ming. The Great Sky Sacred Land wasn't afraid of Heavenly Venerable Ming, but they were worried that they would attract Heavenly Venerable Ming's killing intent. Then I'll be leaving. I'll be back soon after dealing with Jiang Xi. After saying that, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang rode his Tier 7 flying treasure and quickly turned into a stream of light and left. The Fantasy Spirit Zone was the most dangerous place in the abyss of Pitfall region. The 3 of them believed that they might be able to find some traces of Shenhuang Mountain's disappearance here and then use it to find Shenhuang Mountain. Therefore, the 3 of them were unwilling to give up on investigating this place. After Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang left, Heavenly Venerable Bloodmoon and Heavenly Venerable Xie looked at each other and then sent a message to the Tao Lords they were familiar with. If anyone is near the dual whirlpool domain, leave as soon as possible. If you can't leave in a short time, try to hide as much as possible. Don't run into that Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Dual whirlpool domain, on the giant stone celestial body. Sky Pisser Tower stood in the center and waited silently, but there were already 11 Tao Lords around it. Clearly, many experts had already known that the dual whirlpool domain was about to be born. When they found out that Jiang Xi was only targeting the experts of the Zhentian Holy Land, coupled with the temptation of the treasure, 3 other Tao Lords still took the risk and rushed over. At this moment, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're too arrogant. How dare you provoke the Zhentian Holy Land alone? A woman with 8 arms rushed over with a giant hammer and roared as she attacked Sky Pisser Tower. This was another top-tier universe Tao Lord from the Zhentian Holy Land. In fact, the Tao Lords of the 2 Holy Land universes were basically all at the universe Tao Lord level. Finally, another one. A cold laugh came from the 9-story tower billions of kilometers tall. Come. Boom. A powerful suction force swept toward the 8-armed woman. This is. The 8-armed woman was stunned. After hearing the news, she immediately rushed over and didn't know that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had attacked Tao Lord Hongran. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the 8 Tao Lords deliberately concealed the news when they spread it. As a result, this 8-armed woman was taken into Sky Pisser Tower without any warning. Another month passed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, how dare you provoke the Zhentian Holy Land? Die. Come. Come. Just like that, for half a year, Jiang Xi used Sky Pisser Tower to capture a total of 54 universe Tao Lords from the Zhentian Holy Land. After that, no other Zhentian Holy Land experts dared to challenge him. Moreover, the Zhentian Holy Land had already given the order that apart from Heavenly Venerable Qingyang, no one was allowed to attack. Now, the anger of the entire Zhentian Holy Land's upper echelons had almost gathered into an ocean and was about to drown the entire Holy Land. However, they could only suppress their anger helplessly and wait for Heavenly Venerable Qingyang to take action and capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea. There was no other way. Because the Holy Land universe couldn't produce new Heavenly Venerables, the number of Heavenly Venerables in the Zhentian Holy Land wasn't many, only 7. Moreover, none of them had miniature universes, and their actual combat strength was far inferior to a true Heavenly Venerable. Boom! In the depths of the pitfall abyss, a terrifying figure flashed and headed straight for the dual spiral domain. I'm finally here. Heavenly Venerable Qingyang was filled with endless anger for countless eras. Heavenly Venerable Qingyang had given the various forces in the Chaos Sea the impression of a friendly Heavenly Venerable. However, in reality, it was just that he disdained to interact too much with those powerhouses who couldn't become eternal, let alone start a conflict. However, it was different this time. Tao Lord Mountain Sea repeatedly provoked the Zhentian Holy Land. This was a disgrace to the Zhentian Holy Land that had stood tall in the Chaos Sea for a long time. It was absolutely unforgivable. Time passed day by day. Rumble. The whirlpool of the dual spiral domain became even more terrifying, tearing the surrounding void. On the other hand, the outermost giant stone celestial body was much calmer. The 11 alien Tao Lords on it were all waiting expectantly. I reckon that Heavenly Venerable Qingyang will arrive soon. That's right. Just wait. The Zhentian Holy Land is counting on Heavenly Venerable Qingyang to defeat Tao Lord Mountain Sea. I'm really looking forward to it. I think Heavenly Venerable Qingyang will win this time. Last time outside the 8 Cloud Ruins, Tao Lord Mountain Sea escaped with the help of Heavenly Venerable Ming Ming. Now that he has no one to help him, he'll definitely lose. Just as they were chatting, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared about 100 light-years away from the dual spiral domain. The terrifying bolt of lightning cut through the void and arrived above the giant stone celestial body in the blink of an eye. This scene made the group of relaxed Tao Lords immediately excited. A great battle was about to break out. Chapter 648. Human, Hurry up and hand over the experts of my great sky sacred land. A majestic voice resounded through the surrounding void. The huge bolt of lightning in the sky disappeared, and a tall 8-armed man appeared. Behind him floated the phantom of a giant hammer that was 1,000,000 kilometers tall. It was Celestial Venerable Dark Ink of the great sky sacred land. He looked coldly at Sky Pisser Tower below. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink. A cold shout rang out. Jiang Ci walked out of Sky Pisser Tower, reached out, and shrunk the tower into his palm. He looked up at the colossal Celestial Venerable in the sky. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink, you sure are impressive. The fate of your 54 universe realm Tao Lords is in my hands. You have a favor to ask of me, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Me. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink snorted and said coldly, speak. What will it take for you to let them out? He restrained his anger. After all, Jiang Ci was speaking the truth. He couldn't ignore the fate of 54 universe realm Tao Lords. Simple. You come in and they leave. Jiang Ci pointed at Sky Pisser Tower. As soon as these words came out, the alien Tao Lords who had been watching from the sidelines were all shocked. This Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea had really gone mad. How could the lives of 54 universe realm Tao Lords be compared to the lives of a lofty third-step Celestial Venerable? After all, there were only about 10 third-step Celestial Venerables in the entire Chaos Sea. Impudent! Celestial Venerable Dark Ink roared angrily, you're provoking me. You're courting death. Provoking? Jiang Ci laughed. You're wrong. This is an insult. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink was even angrier. At the same time, he understood that Jiang Ci had been waiting for him from the beginning. Not only to take revenge on the great sky sacred land, but also for that palm strike. It seems you're not willing to hand them over. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink looked down. I've never thought of handing them over. Jiang Ci sneered. Hong Ran, Hu Yin. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink stood in the sky and suddenly said a bunch of names. I'll avenge you. Upon hearing this, the alien Tao Lords who had hidden themselves within their flying treasures all grew excited. They understood that Empyrean Dark Ink's words meant that he had given up on rescuing the 54 Tao Lords. Clearly, the battle was about to begin. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I'll make you understand how foolish it is to provoke a third-step Empyrean. Empyrean Blue Sink suddenly roared. The 1,000,000-kilometer-tall giant hammer shadow behind him suddenly grew 10,000 times larger and smashed down on the giant stone celestial body. The power was so great that everywhere it passed, the void was shattered. This attack. Empyrean Dark Ink is too strong. We're so far away, but we're still affected. The alien Tao Lords who had been hiding within their flying treasures were so terrified that they hurriedly took control of their treasures and scattered in every direction. In order to watch this shocking battle, they were even willing to risk their lives. Fortunately, Empyrean Dark Ink did not target them. But of course, Jiang Ci had no intention of attacking these alien Tao Lords. Boom! The giant hammer shadow that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth smashed down on Jiang Ci, who was on the giant stone celestial body. Haha, good timing. Jiang Ci was looking up at the sky. The height of a human seemed rather small in front of Empyrean Dark Ink. However, Jiang Ci's aura did not lose to his opponent at all. Kill. Jiang Ci slashed out with his Tier 8 ultimate treasure, the shadow-slaying sword. Sword light lit up and instantly streaked across the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded and gathered into a huge black and white sphere. Countless sword lights with a destructive aura were compressed into the black and white sphere. In an instant, the diameter of the black and white sphere reached 10 billion kilometers. Poof! The black and white sphere suddenly exploded like a bubble. A resplendent sword light flashed and swept directly toward the giant hammer shadow that was descending from the sky. Tier 7 Secret Technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra Heavenly Tao Volume 3, Destruction and Rebirth. This Tao Lord Mountain Sea is too arrogant. He's obviously only using a Tier 7 secret technique. How can he block Empyrean Dark Ink's Tier 9 secret technique? It seems like Tao Lord Mountain Sea is only SOSO. The 11 Tao Lords of other races were watching the battle from afar. Ever since the Eight Cloud ruins appeared, the experts of the various factions in Chaos Sea had also broken down the ranks of secret techniques and knew the characteristics and power of each level of secret techniques now. The Sword Dao secret technique that Jiang Xi used looked quite mysterious, but in reality, the power condensed was not as strong as Empyrean Dark Ink's giant hammer secret technique. Ch. Dao Lord Mountain Sea, you'll definitely lose today. If you let go of the Dao Lords of my sacred ground and follow me to the great sky sacred ground obediently, I can consider sparing your life. Empyrean Dark Ink snorted coldly. You talk too much. Jiang Xi sneered. Then die. Empyrean Dark Ink's heart stirred. Instantly, the giant hammer shadow grew larger and was about to collide with the sword light. Kai, a shocking scene appeared. The giant hammer shadow with monstrous power actually shattered like a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Boom. 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 Then, the terrifying impact produced by the collision of the two secret techniques spread out. In almost an instant, it had spread hundreds of light-years away. Empyrean Dark Ink also took a few steps back under the impact, shattering pieces of the void. He looked at Jiang Xi with confusion and shock. A level 7 secret technique defeated a level 9 secret technique? Impossible. Empyrean Dark Ink roared in shock and anger. Even if you have the many mysteries of the 8 Cloud inheritance, you still have to die today. Whoosh, each of his 8 arms held a strange dark golden hammer. It was his level 7 offensive supreme treasure that could be divided into 8 parts and was very suitable for his body. Take this. Empyrean Dark Ink roared. Buzz. 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 The level 7 supreme treasure spun continuously, and streaks of golden lightning shot out from each of the hammers. Then, according to the level 9 secret technique he created, it condensed into an incomparably huge hammer that was no longer a shadow. This was the combination of a secret technique and a supreme treasure. If the supreme treasure was strong enough, it could greatly enhance the attack power of the secret technique. 8 lives. Jiang Xi's body skyrocketed 1,000,000 times, becoming a towering giant. One of the 2 ultimate techniques of the 8 Cloud inheritance, 8 lives, was an ultimate technique that specialized in the body. The attack methods hidden in it could increase his body's strength in a short period of time. Destruction and rebirth. Then, the giant Jiang Xi swung his sword again. The level 8 supreme treasure, Killer Shadow Sword, wrapped in a layer of black and white sword light, also suddenly became 1,000,000 times larger and directly met the dark golden hammer. This was a true head-on collision. Without the restrictions of the primal universe's laws of heaven and earth, his sword directly erupted with the strongest power. A level 8 supreme treasure and a level 7 secret technique against a level 7 supreme treasure and a level 9 secret technique. The huge Killer Shadow Sword slashed through the void and directly hit the dark golden hammer. Clang! A terrifying power erupted. Even though the Chaos Sea space was extremely stable, terrifying cracks still exploded at this moment. In just an instant, the dark golden hammer directly flew out and smashed into Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Impossible! Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink roared, his face filled with disbelief. Whoosh! But in the next moment, the giant that had become taller than him held the stone-grey sword and slashed out again at lightning speed. This sword directly smashed into Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, who was still flying backward. Crack! The level 7 supreme treasure armor on Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink's body directly cracked into fine lines. His body's aura also weakened slightly. But immediately after, the armor and his body recovered to their original state. A level 8 supreme treasure? A third step Heavenly Venerate? Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink looked at Jiang Xi in shock. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Jiang Xi, who was like a towering giant, continuously swung the level 8 supreme treasure, Killer Shadow Sword, and used the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's destruction and rebirth sword technique. It looked like a demon god had descended into the world. He was fighting with the equally tall 8-armed Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink and was not at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had a slight advantage and forced Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink to retreat step by step. How can he be so strong? He's a Dao Lord. Don't Dao Lords only have the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate at most? He must have obtained that level 8 supreme treasure from 8 Clouds' inheritance. But even if he has a level 8 supreme treasure, he shouldn't have the combat strength of a third step Heavenly Venerate, right? Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink kept retreating and found it even more difficult to understand. Moreover, he discovered that his attacks could not hurt Jiang Ci at all. Whether it was Jiang Ci's body or essence spirit, there was no sign of weakening at all. It was like Jiang Ci's body and essence spirit were also wearing extremely high-grade armor and soul armor. This made Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink jealous and angry, but he still remained calm. Judging from the current situation, he indeed could not do anything to Jiang Ci, but it was not to the extent of being completely defeated. It seems that I can only delay him now and inform the other Heavenly Venerates of the sacred ground, but at this moment. Collect. River Word, who was like a giant that could hold up the heavens, suddenly shouted. A 9-story pagoda spiraled out from his body, and then rapidly expanded, becoming a colossus that was 9 light-years tall. The supreme treasure, Heaven-Piercing Tower, revealed the power of a level 9 supreme treasure for the first time. The huge 9-story tower directly pressed down on Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, who was originally considered huge, was now smaller than an ant in front of the 9 light-year tall Heaven-Piercing Tower. Therefore, he had no room to dodge at all, let alone escape. Buzz. It was as if a world was slowly crushing down. The void trembled slightly. It was extremely slow, but also extremely fast. The entire Heaven-Piercing Tower almost instantly fell on top of Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink's head. This. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was stunned. He just wanted to continue fighting and inform the other Heavenly Venerates of the sacred ground. Then, he could not move. He was directly locked by the terrifying aura of Heaven-Piercing Tower. So heavy, so heavy. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink only felt endless pressure coming from the huge Heaven-Piercing Tower. This was not pure gravity, but also a kind of suppression. The moment Heaven-Piercing Tower pressed down on him, the two seemed to have become one. That endless pressure also became his own pressure. This made him feel as if he was carrying a huge miniature universe. It was so heavy that he could not move an inch. Impossible. Impossible. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink roared with all his might as thunder and lightning energy erupted all over his body. He tried his best to resist the suppression of Heaven-Piercing Tower and flew slowly with great difficulty. That speed was probably not even 10,000 kilometers per second. No. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink tried his best to resist, however. Accelerating to 10,000 kilometers per second was already his limit. The faster he went, the stronger the suppression of Heaven-Piercing Tower was. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ci just chuckled. This was the first time he used Heaven-Piercing Tower with all his strength to display the power of this godly monarch supreme treasure. Yes, the supreme treasure of chaos origin godly monarch. When he received the inheritance of 8 Clouds, 8 Clouds' godly general had once revealed that Heaven-Piercing Tower once belonged to a divine monarch of the primordial realm. That peerless divine monarch was one of the few beings who could stand close to the emperors of the primordial realm. Therefore, Heaven-Piercing Tower was naturally powerful. In the past, he was not strong enough to unleash the power of this supreme treasure. Now that he had reached the limit of a Tao Lord, his actual combat power was comparable to a third-step Celestial Venerate. Naturally, he could unleash some of its power. Of course, this was far from the true power of Heaven-Piercing Tower. It's more than enough to suppress this third-step Celestial Venerate without a miniature universe, Jiang Ci thought. Withdraw. He shouted coldly again. The base of Heaven-Piercing Tower opened, and a terrifying suction force erupted. No. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink could not escape from Heaven-Piercing Tower. I'm a third-step Celestial Venerate, a Celestial Venerate of the eternal universe. I'm not afraid of calamities. How can I be defeated by a Tao Lord? My life and death are in someone else's hands. Impossible. This can't be. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was going crazy. It had only been tens of thousands of years. Last time, he had almost killed Jiang Ci with one slap. Now, he was about to be suppressed. The next moment, with a final roar, "I can't accept this," the roar disappeared, and the void where the dual whirlpool domain was located returned to silence. The other 11 Tao Lords were hiding in their respective flying true treasures, watching the battle from afar. They had seen the entire process of the battle and saw the unbelievable outcome of the battle. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, lost? He couldn't fight back at all. Is Heaven-Piercing Tower really a 7th-tier true treasure? Something big happened. A Tao Lord suppressed a 3rd-step Celestial Venerate. The 11 alien Tao Lords were deeply shocked. After they snapped back to their senses, they hurriedly spread the news of the results of the battle through various channels. All the major powers in Chaos Sea were indeed paying attention to this battle. This was because this was the first time the 8 Clouds heirs were fighting a Celestial Venerate. Soon, they all received the news and learned the result of the battle. For a moment, the entire Chaos Sea fell into silence and confusion. Originally, they guessed that Jiangxi would definitely not be a match for Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, but he would be able to survive in the end. But now, the result was reverse. Moreover, although Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was not dead, his life and death were now in Jiangxi's hands. It was no different from death. The major factions of Chaos Sea immediately raised their vigilance against Jiangxi. However, the Great Sky Sacred Land is in trouble now. The Great Sky Sacred Land is controlling the forces of the 4th universe behind the scenes to fight against the human race and suppress their development. Now, the human Tao Lord of the mountains and seas of the 4th universe was able to capture Celestial Black Ink and 54 other Tao Lords despite being just a Tao Lord. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea becomes a true Heavenly Venerate in the future, he will probably be even more terrifying than Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament. If this continues, the Great Sky Sacred Land will suffer a huge loss. I really don't understand. As an eternal existence, why does the Great Sky Sacred Land have to deal with the humans of the 4th universe? It's the same for the Red Lotus Sacred Land. They directly destroyed the humans of the 2nd and 3rd universes. No matter what, these 2 sacred lands are in trouble after becoming enemies with the human race. You think too highly of the human race. After all, they are not eternal. When the calamity is over, the human race will disappear in the crisis of the calamity. Even if the sacred lands are temporarily at a disadvantage, they are still eternal existences. In the next calamity, they will still be the strongest faction in Chaos Sea. The attitudes of the major factions toward Tao Lord Mountain Sea were very complicated. Some were optimistic, while others were belittling him, but not a single faction was able to guess why River Word had captured so many powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land. Chapter 649. The major forces of Chaos Sea had guessed one thing correctly: the Juntian Holy Land was in trouble. Because they had been paying attention to Jiangxi's every move, they soon discovered that Jiangxi had gone directly outside the Juntian Holy Land universe after leaving the abyss of Pitch Void. What was he going to do? For a time, the Chaos Sea was filled with exclamations. The Celestial Venerables and Tao Lords of the major forces were puzzled. Could it be that this 8 Clouds inheritor was really going to provoke the entire Holy Land universe? It was fine if he was in the abyss of Pitch Void. After all, there was still some distance from the Juntian Holy Land. If something really happened, there was still a chance to escape. Outside the Juntian Holy Land, with the foundation of this Holy Land universe, they could quickly organize nearly 1,000 Tao Lords. The remaining 6 Celestial Venerables could also quickly rush over. Even if Jiangxi had the combat strength of a 3rd-step Celestial Venerable, he couldn't defeat so many powerhouses alone, right? Otherwise, there would have been other 3rd-step Celestial Venerables challenging the 2 Holy Land universes over the years. The incomparably huge Juntian Holy Land universe floated in the endless chaotic grey fog. At this time, a 9-story tower 9 light-years tall stood outside the Holy Land universe, only 1 light-year away. 1 light-year seemed very far, but to Celestial Venerables and Tao Lords, it was no different from 1 meter. They could cross it in an instant. In the treasure space of Heaven Connecting Tower, the desperate Celestial Venerable Qing Yang saw Jiangxi's crazy actions and sneered crazily. "You're courting death. Even if you have the strength of a 3rd-step Celestial Venerable, You can't withstand a single blow from the Juntian Holy Land. I advise you to let us go obediently. Otherwise, the human race of the fourth universe will be implicated by you and be annihilated. Celestial Venerable Qing Yang still wanted to live. Want to live? Sure. Jiang Xi smiled. Celestial Venerable Qing Yang's eyes flashed. I know you have a way to contact the other powerhouses in the Holy Land. Now, pass on a message for me. I need 3 8th tier true treasures, 10 7th tier true treasures, 100 6th tier true treasures, 1000 5th tier true treasures, 10,000 4th tier true treasures, and 300,000 1st tier to 3rd tier true treasures. With this as a deal, I can consider letting you go, Jiang Xi said with a calm smile. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink's eyes widened in shock. Was Jiang Xi crazy? With so many supreme treasures, the Great Heaven Holy Land would likely be emptied out. 8th tier treasure? He knew that 1,000 years ago, Great Sky Supreme had once bestowed 7 8th tier supreme treasures. But those were the cornerstone treasures of the Great Sky Holy Land and could not be taken out. Apart from 8th tier supreme treasures, the value of other supreme treasures was also unimaginable. For example, 300,000 stage 1 to stage 3 low-tier true treasures. Even the entire Chaos Sea did not have that many. Impossible, this is kidnapping and extortion, he shouted angrily. Yes, I did kidnap and blackmail. Jiang Xi's smile remained unchanged. That's impossible. Just kill us. All right. Wait. Can you reduce the number a little? Like those 300,000 stage 1 to stage 3 low-tier supreme treasures, we can't take it out at all. Even in the entire Chaos Sea, it's impossible to have so many low-tier supreme treasures. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink said with great difficulty. He lowered his head, feeling even more ashamed and furious in his heart. To be able to see the famous Celestial Venerable Dark Ink lower his head, there's no harm in reducing it a little. Jiang Xi laughed loudly. How about this? 300,000 stage 1 to stage 3 supreme treasures can be reduced to 30,000. However, these 30,000 must be low-tier supreme treasures with special functions, such as suppression, bewitchment, armor transformation, armor cracking, and so on. Unknowingly, Riverword had added his own goal into the conversation. Low-tier supreme treasures were ordinary to begin with. Those that could have additional functions were all rare items. Therefore, if the Great Sky Holy Land wanted to take out 30,000 such low-tier supreme treasures, they could definitely find the 2 mountain peaks and deliver them to him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Great Sky Holy Land was willing to trade with him. As for killing Celestial Venerable Dark Ink and these Universe Realm Dao Lords, Jiang Xi felt that it was better to retrieve the damaged parts of the supreme treasures for now. In terms of value, his supreme treasure, the 7th mountain, was naturally more valuable. This supreme treasure was also a supreme treasure that surpassed the limits. However, due to the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth laws, a large portion of its power could not be unleashed. If he could find the last 2 mountains, the 7th mountain would evolve into the 9th mountain. Although the power that the supreme treasure could unleash could not break through the limits, the quality of the supreme treasure itself would definitely return to its original peak state. When he reached the upper realm in the future, this supreme treasure would be his greatest trump card. Therefore, his primary goal was to find the 2 mountains. As for these powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land, he could kill them at any time in the future. In any case, they would not run out of the Chaos Sea. On the other side, in a magnificent temple in the Great Hammer Divine World of the Great Sky Holy Land, Celestial Venerable Dark Ink had already begun discussing the deal with the other Celestial Venerable powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land through the incarnation he left in the Holy Land. The 7 Celestial Venerables sat in front of a huge round table. These are the conditions he proposed. How should we decide? Celestial Venerable Dark Ink spoke of Jiang Xi's conditions in a low voice, his expression extremely ugly. He is robbing us. 3 Tier 8 Supreme Treasures and so many Tier 6, Tier 5, and Tier 4 Supreme Treasures. 30,000 Tier 1 to Tier 3 Supreme Treasures. Has he gone mad from poverty? It should be that the human race has gone mad from poverty, with Celestial Venerable WN Luo leading the other 6 Great Sky Holy Land Empyrean powerhouses were incomparably furious. In the end, everyone's gazes fell on Celestial Venerable WAN Luo. Great Sky Supreme rarely appeared. Therefore, the affairs of the Holy Land were usually handled by the strongest Celestial Venerable WAN Luo. Celestial Venerable WN Luo frowned and finally said, "My Great Sky Holy Land has already stood tall in the Chaos Sea for thousands of epochs. In these long years, the supreme treasures we have collected can be said to be massive. Besides those 3 Tier 8 supreme treasures, taking out the rest is not a big deal to us. However, if Qing Yang dies, it will be a great loss for us." Hearing Celestial Venerable WN Luo's words, except for Celestial Venerable Qing Yang's incarnation, the other 5 Celestial Venerables nodded solemnly because the Holy Land universe was not enough to support the birth of new Celestial Venerables. The current 7 Celestial Venerables of the Great Sky Holy Land had all existed before the creation of the Holy Land universe. If any of them died, it would be a loss. And Celestial Venerable Qing Yang was ranked in the top 3 among them. He could be said to be second only to Celestial Venerable WAN Luo. If he really died, the loss would be great. As for the 54 Universe Tao Lords, these Celestial Venerables did not care much about them. This was because the Great Sky Holy Land had too many Quasi-Dao Lords, and the Great Sky Holy Land universe could only support a limited number of Tao Lords. Only when the other Tao Lords died would the Quasi-Dao Lords have a chance to break through to become Tao Lords. Therefore, they were not worried that the death of these Tao Lords would cause great losses to the Holy Land. Just like last time, in order to compete for the 8 Clouds inheritance, they had lost nearly 100 Universe Tao Lords. However, after more than 1,000 years, the gap of nearly 100 Universe Tao Lords had been filled. So, we will trade with him? That's the only way. What else can we do? Celestial Venerable Qing Yang is in his hands now, and Heavenspan Tower is an existence that we can't shake. Although the Celestial Venerables were furious, they could only agree to this deal helplessly. They all knew that the 8 Clouds inheritor, Jiang Ci, had hidden his strength too deeply. Without a sound, his actual combat strength had reached the 3rd step Celestial Venerable level. He even suddenly took out 2 powerful treasures that were at least rank 8, a stone sword and a Heavenspan Tower. They could confirm that the stone sword definitely came from the 8 Clouds inheritance. As for the Heavenspan Tower, it was a treasure that Jiang Ci had possessed since a long time ago. This was because Jiang Ci had once used this treasure to block the attacks of other Tao Lords when fighting for the 8 Clouds inheritance. Now that they thought about it, this Jiang Ci was really an existence with deep fortuitous opportunities. To be able to possess a rank 8 treasure before obtaining the 8 Clouds inheritance. Try not to provoke him in the future. After this calamity is over, even if he can cultivate eternity, he will eventually go to the upper realm and will never be able to return to the Chaos Sea. At that time, he won't be able to threaten our Great Sky Holy Land at all. Celestial Venerable WN Luo added. The other Celestial Venerables nodded. Now, none of them doubted whether Jiang Ci could cultivate eternity. Obviously, he definitely could. Jiang Ci was only at the Tao Lord realm, but he already had the combat strength of a 3rd step Celestial Venerable. When he really became a Celestial Venerable in the future, how strong would he be? It would probably be easy to cultivate eternity. Fortunately, they were Celestial Venerables of the Holy Land universe and knew some secrets. For example, after cultivating eternity, one would eventually have to go to the upper realm because the Chaos Sea did not allow powerhouses above the Eternal Realm to stay. This was also the reason why the 2 Eternal Supremes had never appeared in the Chaos Sea. The use of a rank 8 treasure needs to be applied to the Supremes. I will handle this. Our Holy Land's treasure vault has a stock of rank 4 to rank 7 treasures. It's very simple to take them out. Only rank 1 to rank 3 low-grade treasures are a problem. We definitely won't be able to take out 300,000 of them. We can only search for those low-grade treasures with special functions in the Holy Land. Now, let's start searching. Celestial Venerable WN Luo looked at the other Supremes in front of the round table and quickly made arrangements. The rich and overbearing Great Sky Holy Land did not really take so many treasures to heart. In any case, they were eternal existences. If they took out the treasures now, they could still search for more treasures after countless epochs. In their eyes, protecting the life of Celestial Venerable Qing Yang was more important. Apart from Celestial Venerable Qing Yang, the other 6 Celestial Venerables of Great Sky Holy Land began to act separately. Among them, 5 Celestial Venerables were responsible for dispatching the various Tao Lords in the Holy Land. Then, through these Tao Lords, they mobilized the perfected Lord-level clansmen to search for various treasures with special functions. With their efficiency, the search was naturally not slow. In a short day, they collected 30,000 rank 1 to rank 3 low-grade treasures. As for Celestial Venerable Wn Luo, he went to the giant hammer in the center of the Great Hammer Divine World to report this matter to Great Sky Supremacy. Great Sky Supremacy's true body was not in the Holy Land. Although Great Sky Supremacy knew everything that happened in the Holy Land, it was impossible for him to pay attention to every detail. Therefore, sometimes, Celestial Venerable Wn Luo and other experts had to use the giant hammer treasure left behind by Great Sky Supremacy to inform them of the happenings in the Holy Land. Soon, when almost all the low-grade treasures were collected, Great Sky Supremacy's side also responded. "I reject the deal." The 7 Celestial Venerables led by Celestial Venerable Wn Luo were stunned. After working for so long, the Supremacy rejected the deal. Not long after, the 7 Celestial Venerables gathered in the temple again. However, this time, there was an additional figure shrouded in grey fog on the main seat. It was Great Sky Supremacy. "Supremacy, why is this?" Celestial Venerable Wn Luo mustered up his courage and asked. "Yes, Supremacy. Qing Yang's strength is second only to Wn Luo. If he falls, our Holy Land will lose a pillar of support. Supremacy, please reconsider." The other Celestial Venerables also chimed in. Only Celestial Venerable Qing Yang lowered his head and did not say a word. His expression was extremely complicated. His eternity was given by Great Sky Supremacy. If Great Sky Supremacy wanted him to die, he could not resist and could only die. Humph! Great Sky Supremacy snorted coldly after hearing the few Celestial Venerables' words. "Stupid! Haven't you thought about why Jiang Ci proposed such a deal? What benefits does this deal bring to him? If the deal is completed, although Qing Yang's life will be preserved, Jiang Ci will definitely gain greater benefit. Otherwise, he would never propose such a deal. You should know that treasures below the 9th stage are like chicken ribs to the eternal powerhouses of the upper realm. It was rare for Great Sky Supremacy to speak so much. He also revealed a lot of information that shocked Celestial Venerable Wn Luo and the rest. Even Chaos Sea did not have a rank 9 treasure. How could it be so useless in the upper world? Great Sky Supremacy's face was dark. It was just that under the situation where his entire body was shrouded in fog, those Celestial Venerables could not see his current expression at all. He guessed that 1,000 Transformations Divine General must hate the human race very much. Otherwise, he would not have ordered him and Red Lotus to destroy the human race in the 4 great primal universes when he had just descended. If 1,000 Transformations Divine General knew that his Great Sky Holy Land had a deal with the human race's current prodigy and yielded to the threat of the human race's prodigy, it might incur 1,000 Transformations Divine General's dissatisfaction at that time. The one who would suffer losses would be him, Great Sky Supremacy. As for Celestial Venerable Qing Yang's life and death, to be honest, Great Sky Supremacy did not care at all. He was high above, a true eternal existence. Furthermore, he did not have 1,000 Transformations Divine General's background and strength. He could not return to Chaos Sea at all. This Great Sky Holy Land was very important to him. But those lives inside, whether it was Celestial Venerables or ordinary life forms, were not as important as imagined. Even if the 7 great Celestial Venerables all died, it would not affect him at all. Now, the only thing that puzzled him was why did Jiang Ci propose such a deal? Great Sky Supremacy carefully recalled what had happened inside and outside the Holy Land recently. What surprised him was that he discovered that not long ago, Jiangxi had actually appeared near Great Sky Holy Land. This Holy Land universe was opened by him. Of course, he could investigate the situation around the Holy Land universe. However, at that time, his attention was not on Chaos Sea. Hence, although the Holy Land universe had recorded the scene back then, he himself did not know. Now that he investigated, he immediately found out about this situation. Very quickly, Great Sky Supremacy found the crux of the problem. Something is wrong. The black armor on his body is vibrating. This is a characteristic that would only appear when there is a reaction between true treasures. In that case, after discovering this point, Great Sky Supremacy looked at Celestial Venerables Wn Luo, Celestial Venerables Qing Yang, and the other great beings who were in low spirits and said in a low voice, "Send those 30,000 low-grade true treasures over." Chapter 650. 30,000 low-grade treasures with special functions floated in the temple. Jun Tian Supreme checked the functions of these low-grade treasures one by one. His eyes were like torches as he quickly selected 14 of the most valuable treasures with the most unique functions. For Jiangxi to spend so much effort to obtain them, they were definitely not ordinary treasures. "Tell me the functions and information of these treasures," Jun Tian Supreme said in a deep voice. Wan Luo was already prepared as he introduced them one by one. "Supreme, this is a third-grade treasure, Netherworld Soul Armor. It has the special function of impacting one's essence soul. It was obtained by a Tao Lord of the Sacred Land 130 eras ago. This is a second-grade treasure, Open Straw Flying Boat. It has the special function of breaking space shackles. This is a second-grade treasure, Grey Mist. It has the special function of armor transformation and space-time domain. This is a first-grade treasure, Sparkling Rainblade. It has the special function of armor penetration. Heavenly Lord Wn Luo quickly introduced the functions and origins of the 14 low-tier cardinal treasures. "That grey fog, demonstrate it to me once." Jun Tian Supreme's gaze landed on the supreme treasure that was formed by two mountain peaks. "Yes." Wan Luo immediately refined the grey mist. Refining a second-grade treasure was naturally not difficult for a third-step heavenly venerable like him. He refined it almost instantly. Armor transformation. Then, with a thought, the two mountain-shaped grey mist instantly transformed into a set of grey battle armor that covered his body. Space-time domain. He tested the second function. An invisible space-time fluctuation instantly filled the temple. With Jun Tian Supreme, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yang, and the other 5 Heavenly Venerables' vision and knowledge, they immediately recognized the uniqueness of this treasure. The effects and power of these two functions were, of course, child's play to them. They were of little value. However, considering that this was a second-grade treasure, it was different. The defensive power of a second-grade treasure armor was close to that of a third-grade treasure. And the accompanying spacetime domain was also close to that of a Tao Lord. This was a very abnormal situation. One had to know that only Tao Lords could use spacetime domain. "Supreme, it's strange. This treasure originally belonged to a 5th-grade True Lord in the Sacred Land. However, not long ago, this supreme treasure had started to tremble, as if it was reacting to the other supreme treasures. However, that rank 5 True Monarch had stayed in the Holy Land for many epochs, and such a situation had never occurred. Thus, he speculated that the source of the connection should be outside the sacred grounds. That's why he asked a Tao Lord to help him search for it in the Chaos Sea. Empyrean Myriad Net then revealed some other information regarding this supreme treasure. After hearing these, Jun Tian Supreme immediately concluded that this was the low-grade supreme treasure that Jiangxi racked his brains to obtain. For the sake of this supreme treasure, this 8 Clouds inheritor even specially went to capture Empyrean Dark Ink and others to trade with the Great Sky Holy Land. Furthermore, he had asked for a large number of supreme treasures of various grades in one go to conceal his true goal. The defense treasure on his body is definitely not at the 7th or 8th level. Jun Tian Supreme creased his eyebrows. He knew very well that with the foundation and knowledge of the 8 Clouds inheritors, there was no need to spend so much effort and scheming for a supreme treasure of this grade. Could it be? Jun Tian Supreme thought of something, and a ray of divine light appeared in his eyes. Boom! A thunderous sound appeared in the entire Great Sky Holy Land, shocking everyone. The few heavenly venerables in the temple also looked at Jun Tian Supreme in shock. Too powerful. Just a glance was enough to shake the entire Holy Land universe. Xianhuang Mountain, it must be Xianhuang Mountain. Through Jiangxi's recent movements in the past few thousand years, as well as the time when Xianhuang Mountain disappeared, and the current transaction, Jun Tian Supreme deduced this possibility. Even if there was only a 1% possibility, it was the same as a 100% chance to Jun Tian Supreme. This was an almost certain answer. Since the grey mist of the two mountains could transform into armor, Xianhuang Mountain might be able to too. Only a legendary supreme treasure like Xianhuang Mountain could make Jiangxi act like this. Although he didn't know how Jiangxi refined Xianhuang Mountain, he could confirm that this legendary supreme treasure was incomplete, and the grey mist was an incomplete part of Xianhuang Mountain. Thinking of this, a strong sense of greed emerged in Jun Tian Supreme's heart. That was a treasure that he had once wanted to obtain. Even now, he still felt that Xianhuang Mountain's preciousness was far beyond his imagination. However, Jun Tian Supreme was also very clear that with the current situation, it was already impossible for him to obtain this supreme treasure. Qing Yang. Jun Tian Supreme looked at Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang's avatar. Supreme. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang bowed. Whether you can live or not depends on yourself. Use this grey mist to make a deal with Mountain Sea Dao Lord. As long as he is willing to take out 10 core inheritance stones of the 8 clouds inheritance, my Great Sky Holy Land will give this treasure to him, Jun Tian Supreme said. This was a private deal without Thousand Illusions Immortal General's knowledge, so it wouldn't affect the 3 missions. If the deal was successful, he would naturally make a huge profit. 10 core inheritance stones of the 8 clouds inheritance were enough for him to cultivate to a Chaos Origin Immortal Genera. If the deal failed, he wouldn't lose out either. Yes. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang felt helpless and hopeless. What the Supreme meant was for him to fight for a chance to live. Obviously, he would only have a chance to live if Jiangxi agreed to this condition. The heaven-piercing tower that was 9 light-years tall still stood outside the Great Sky Holy Land motionlessly. Jiangxi waited quietly in the supreme treasure space. In a distant corner were Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang and 54 Universe Dao Lords. Now, both sides hoped that this deal would succeed. Jiangxi wanted to obtain the final 2 mountains, while Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang and the others wanted to live. Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang opened his eyes. You've gathered all the supreme treasures? Jiangxi smiled. You don't have to hide it anymore. The Supreme of my Great Sky Holy Land has already seen through your true motive. What you want is this supreme treasure, right? Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang said in a deep voice. At the same time, he waved his hand and conjured an illusion of 2 mountains. Ridiculous. Jiangxi shook his head. Looks like you guys really don't want to live anymore. Stop pretending. The Supreme already knows that you appeared outside our holy land not long ago. At that time, something happened to your armor. At that time, a rank 5 true lord in our holy land happened to discover that his supreme treasure was also trembling. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang was very calm. Jiangxi stopped smiling and frowned slightly. Since he had already said so much, he naturally wouldn't continue pretending. As expected of an eternal supreme. His observation skills are really monstrous. He sighed in his heart. He could even discover this. Tell me, what do you want? Jiangxi asked Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang. The Supreme said that as long as you are willing to take out 10 core inheritance stones of the 8 clouds inheritance and let us go, our Great Sky Holy Land will give this supreme treasure to you, Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang said. That's just a low-grade supreme treasure. Your Supreme doesn't care about your lives at all? Jiangxi sneered. Our eternal Supreme was given to us by the Supreme. If he wants to take it away, we have nothing to say. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang shook his head. Since there's nothing to talk about, then all of you can die. Jiangxi waved his hand. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang's expression froze, while the other 54 Universe Dao Lords cried out in despair. No. Don't kill, spare us. Unfortunately, they couldn't change anything. In the supreme treasure space of Sky Tower, surging origin energy surged out and drowned Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang and the 54 Universe Tao Lords. Jiang Ci was the owner of Sky Tower. Now that he was in the supreme treasure space, he could naturally kill these experts of the Great Sky Holy Land easily. You killed a third step Heavenly Venerate, Eternal EXP plus 900, you killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 9, you killed a Universe Tao Lord, Eternal EXP plus 9, a series of system notifications sounded, bringing him 1,386 Eternal EXP. In the Temple of the Great Hammer Divine World in the Great Sky Holy Land. How was it? Did he agree? Great Sky Supreme asked. I. Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang's incarnation laughed bitterly. Pu. Then, the incarnation dissipated into thin air. This meant that Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang had died. In front of the round table, Heavenly Venerate Wn Luo and the other 6 Heavenly Venerates' expressions changed. This Jiang Ci was too decisive. He didn't even talk and directly attacked. Supreme. Heavenly Venerate Wn Luo wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Mph, you don't know what's good for you. Great Sky Supreme snorted coldly and then disappeared. The remaining Heavenly Venerate Wn Luo and the other experts looked at each other, and then felt a sense of sympathy. Wan Luo, what should we do now? Should we go out and deal with Tao Lord Mountain Sea together? An Heavenly Venerate asked. Deal with him? How? Even I don't have the strength to suppress Qing Yang, let alone kill him. That Tao Lord Mountain Sea did it easily. Although he did it with the power of a supreme treasure, this is already equivalent to an invincible Heavenly Venerate. Even if the 6 of us join forces, we can't do anything to him. Heavenly Venerate Wn Luo had a belly full of anger, but there was nowhere to vent it. Then let him leave. What else can we do? Who can stop him? After this battle, I'm afraid our Great Sky Holy Land will become the laughingstock of the various major forces in the Chaos Sea in the future. Laughingstock? It's still early. Heavenly Venerate Wn Luo regained his composure and shook his head with a bitter smile. In the supreme treasure space of the sky-reaching tower. Jiang Ci shook his head. Not to mention that he couldn't give the core inheritance stone to others. Even if he couldn't use the core inheritance stone to exchange for the final 2 mountains. Therefore, there was no room for negotiation. He could only stop his losses. Otherwise, Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang and the other Universe Realm Tao Lords would self-destruct in despair. That would be a huge loss. These eternal experience points would at least make this trip worthwhile. In addition, there was a pile of supreme treasures in front of him. These were the full set of Grade 7 supreme treasures on Heavenly Venerate Qing Yang, 5 Grade 7 supreme treasures on 54 Universe Realm Tao Lords, and 86 Grade 6 supreme treasures. Adding it all up, it could be considered a considerable gain. Although the value of these supreme treasures was far inferior to the final 2 mountains. As expected, it's impossible for everything to go as I wish, and it's impossible for every plan to succeed. Jiang Ci sighed softly. However, with his current state of mind, he naturally wouldn't be affected too much. He just felt that it was a pity in that case. I'll put this matter aside for the time being and see if there's a chance in the future. Now, it's time to go to the Myriad World ruins and retrieve the inheritance and treasures left behind by the Qingyuan clan. I've said that I'll go several times, but I haven't been able to. Jiang Ci quickly changed his target and left in the heaven-reaching tower. His departure naturally made the experts of the Juntian Sacred Ground heave a sigh of relief. With Jiang Ci's current strength, if he really stayed outside the Juntian Sacred Ground, it would be a headache for them. The Juntian Sacred Ground wasn't too far away from the Myriad World ruins. Jiang Ci drove the heaven-reaching tower and shuttled through the endless chaotic grey fog at an extremely fast speed. He arrived in just half a year and rushed directly into the Myriad World ruins. He only slowed down when he arrived here. The space-time inside the Myriad World ruins was completely still, and there were those strange green winds and white flames. Therefore, any expert who wandered here didn't dare to be careless and had to pass through those safe paths. Otherwise, it would be easy to be contaminated by the wind and fire. In that case, even a heavenly venerate would die instantly. Jiang Xi had the map of the Qingyuan clan that Qing Shuang had left behind. It recorded a large number of safe paths in the myriad world ruins, so his speed was naturally much faster. Moreover, he had been carefully concealing his tracks because he wanted to see if he could encounter the experts of the Zhentian sacred ground. In that case, he would naturally kill them mercilessly once he found one. However, after spending more than 100 years and finally reaching a depth of more than 60,000 light-years in the myriad world ruins, he still hadn't found a single expert of the Zhentian sacred ground. The Zhentian sacred ground is too cautious and vigilant. It's such a long journey and I actually didn't find a single one. It seems that all the Tao lords in the myriad world ruins are carefully hiding. Jiang Xi shook his head. The myriad world ruins was in the form of a huge abyss. So far, everyone could only detect a depth of 90,000 light-years at most. However, if the diameter of 300 million light-years was included, this abyss would be an extremely vast spatial region. He was focused on going to the treasure space of the Qingyuan clan and didn't deliberately search for the experts of the Zhentian sacred ground. If the other party swaggered around, he might be able to discover them. However, if the other party carefully concealed themselves, it would be impossible to discover them. Inside the myriad world ruins, huge stone celestial bodies floated quietly. Soon, Jiang Xi's gaze locked onto a huge stone celestial body with a diameter of more than 10 light-years. The myriad world ruins inside this huge stone celestial body was the treasure space of the Qingyuan clan. Then, he put away the heaven-reaching building and stepped into the void, landing on this huge stone celestial body. Open. Jiang Xi held the black talisman that Qing Shuang had left behind. This was the token of the myriad world ruins and the key to opening this treasure space. The black talisman shot out rays of light and turned into a special symbol that was branded in the void above the huge stone celestial body. Buzz, time and space trembled slightly, and a glowing door slowly condensed and appeared in front of Jiang Xi. When the celestial emperor of the primordial realm led the army on the final path and left the Qingyuan clan and the heavenly feather clan behind, the heavenly feather divine general betrayed them. However, the Qingyuan clan swore to die and the ancestors of this clan fought against the astral realm. Unfortunately, they lost miserably in the end and the clan's strength plummeted. In the end, they disappeared in the vast river of time. Jiang Xi lamented and was full of respect for the Qingyuan clan. I wonder what kind of inheritance and treasures this once glorious clan left behind will be like. Jiang Xi passed through the door and entered the myriad world ruins before him. Chapter 651. This was a purgatory-like space. Jiang Xi's figure appeared out of thin air. At a glance, there were 9 huge black fireballs in the void. Each fireball was thousands of times bigger than an ordinary star. The 9 black fireballs hung high in the void and circled according to a pattern. In the middle of the circle was a floating land. Jiang Xi stood in the void. With a thought, his spiritual consciousness covered the entire space and saw everything. He was a little surprised by what he saw. He took a step forward and came to the center of the floating land. Then, he looked up at the sky. The light produced by the 9 black fireballs in the sky intertwined in the sky above the land and formed a picture scroll. The entire scroll was covered with densely packed words made of fire snakes. It's similar to the primordial realm's words. Although it has been simplified, the meaning hasn't changed much. Jiang Xi easily read and understood the words. I am Qing Shuang. I am the last ancestor of the Qing Yuan clan. My Qing Yuan clan was once a super clan that stood in the river of time. Although it has fallen, I can't let the traces of the Qing Yuan clan completely disappear in the river of time. Successor, the 9 black fireballs in the void are from the primordial realm. They were left behind by my clan's ancestors. There are 9 inheritance stones inside, which contain all the inheritance of my Qing Yuan clan. If you have the chance to cultivate to eternity and break free from the primordial realm's chaos sea, you can see all the inheritance contents. With this, you can cultivate to the chaos essence divine general realm. It's just hateful that the person from the astral realm cut off the path to eternity in the primordial realm's chaos sea. It's difficult for future generations to achieve eternity. Even when I reached the peak of rank 9, I can only try to reach eternity by breaking through the chaos boundary wall. But, the last treasures of my Qing Yuan clan. They are hidden under this land. Successor, I hope you can treat everything left behind by my clan well. The information recorded in the fire snake words on the picture scroll in the sky surprised Jiang Ci. This was the complete inheritance of the Qing Yuan clan. The highest level one could cultivate to was the Chaos Essence Divine General Realm, compared to the 8 Clouds inheritance, which allowed one to cultivate to the Primordial Divine King Realm. It was only one realm away. How did the Qing Yuan clan perish with such an inheritance? Jiang Ci was puzzled. On second thought, he understood. Back then, the ancestors of the Qing Yuan clan had died in the war with the Star Realm, and the 7 eternal universes had all been destroyed. Although the inheritance had been preserved, due to the absence of an eternal paragon, they could not see the inheritance of a heavenly venerable and above under the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven-earth laws. By Qing Shuang's generation, her clan had declined to the extreme. However, Qing Shuang didn't manage to achieve eternal. In the end, her entire clan fell during the crisis of the Cataclysm era. Because the 8 Clouds legacy was left behind by the 8 Clouds divine generals before they embarked on the final path, there is a complete selection test inside. However, due to the decline of the Cyan Origin clan back then, they couldn't set up many tests for their legacies. Therefore, they could only stay in this void world and wait for later generations to discover them. Having said that, Jiang Ci did not think that the inheritance was easy to obtain. He was able to come here because he had entered the surveillance space left behind by the Qingyuan clan under the protection of the sky-reaching tower. Even a third-step heavenly venerable could not force his way into the space vortex channel there. The highest combat power in the Chaos Sea was only a third-step heavenly venerable. And the token to open this void world was hidden in the monitoring space, which was even more dangerous. Therefore, except for those with heaven-defying opportunities, only people from the upper world could forcibly take away the inheritance of the Qingyuan clan. From the words in the scroll, I can feel Qing Shuang's helplessness and unwillingness before the crisis of the cataclysm. Such a powerful clan, even with the inheritance of the Hunyuan divine general, couldn't achieve eternal paragon. Jiang Ci shook his head gently. He also felt the pressure. It did not mean that with the inheritance, one would definitely become an eternal paragon. Rise. He looked at his feet again. Rumble, the earth separated, and a palace emerged from the ground. The treasure of the Qingyuan clan was hidden here. Jiang Ci's spiritual sense wrapped around it and easily refined this treasure. Then, with a thought, he saw a large number of treasures stored inside. Even with the strength of his primordial spirit, it still took him some time to sort out the types and numbers of all the treasures. In the end, even though Jiang Ci was mentally prepared, he was still very surprised by the results. There were 91 7th-stage treasures, 865 6th-stage treasures, 3,987 5th-stage treasures, and 17,563 4th-stage treasures. As for the remaining level 1 to level 3 low-grade true treasures, they could be said to be a sea of them. How ruthless! Can the human clan collect so many treasures in one cataclysm era? Jiang Ci was very doubtful. After the ancestors of the Qingyuan clan died and lost the eternal universe, this clan declined to become a peak clan. It was indeed surprising that they had accumulated so many treasures in just one cataclysm era. So many treasures. Leave half of them for the human clan to accumulate, and use the rest to improve the grade of the killer shadow sword. Such a big harvest made Jiang Ci very happy. Previously, he had captured so many experts of the Juntian sacred ground to trade because he had the idea of extorting them. He wanted to get a batch of treasures to improve the killer shadow sword. But he didn't expect that Juntian Supreme wouldn't take the bait. Let's see what the inheritance of the Qingyuan clan is like. Then, Jiang Ci stretched out his hand and used the heaven-connecting tower to collect the 9 black fireballs in the void. First, he used a wisp of his spiritual consciousness to probe into one of the black fireballs, and he saw a black inheritance stone floating within. Those not of the primordial realm will die if they touch it. Those not of the primordial realm will die if they touch it. Those not of the primordial realm will die if they touch it. Angry roars reverberated within the black fireball as if they were a warning. Those of the primordial realm? Jiang Xi understood that this was the last test left behind by the Qingyuan clan to preserve their inheritance. I can even pass the test of the 8 clouds inheritance of the primordial realm. Naturally, I'm from the primordial realm. Jiang Xi wasn't worried. His spiritual sense directly touched the inheritance stone. Suddenly, a large amount of inheritance information poured into his mind. This was a complete set of Saber Dao inheritance. The information he could see was only up to the limit of a heavenly venerable. He couldn't see anything after that. Inheritances were from low to high. Saber Dao cultivators could start cultivating from the Tribulation Transcender realm. If they were talented enough, they could cultivate to the limit of a heavenly venerable. Then, Jiang Xi checked the inheritance stones in the other 8 black fireballs. There were 8 other different inheritances inside. There were 7 types of fist, sword, refining, vegetation, machinery, and so on. There was also a miscellaneous type. If we don't consider the highest chaos essence divine king realm, the value of this Qingyuan inheritance is almost 10% of the 8 clouds inheritance. Jiang Xi exclaimed in his heart. Moreover, there are no restrictions on the Qingyuan inheritance being passed on to outsiders. In other words, I can completely give these inheritances to the human race. In this way, our human race will develop even faster in the future. Because the 8 clouds inheritance had inheritance imprints, he couldn't take out the core inheritance. He could only use the hundreds of millions of peripheral inheritances to build a cultivation system for the human race. In terms of effect, although it was far better than the inheritances of the various factions in the Chaos Sea, it was definitely not as good as the Qingyuan inheritance. I'll go into seclusion on the spot and study the Qingyuan inheritance while using the killing shadow sword to devour those supreme treasures. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. His current realm had reached the limit of a universe Dao Lord. The next step was to consider breaking through to become a heavenly venerable. The Qingyuan inheritance that he had just obtained could provide him with assistance in the next step of his cultivation. At the same time, Jiang Xi handed the Qingyuan inheritance to the upper echelons of the human race. Celestial Venerable Ming, Dao Lord 9 Clouds, Dao Lord Yanqing, and the others were all overjoyed when they heard about this. Time passed. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the myriad world's ruins, about 80,000 light-years deep, there were also huge stone celestial bodies floating in the void. They were motionless as if they had been like this for countless years. Between those huge stone celestial bodies, wisps of green wind or white flames would appear from time to time. It looked extremely strange. Although it didn't give off any dangerous aura, the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea knew that it was a strange existence that could even kill a third-step heavenly venerable. At that moment, a 6th-grade flying boat Supreme Treasure was flying carefully between these huge stone celestial bodies. It took a safe path and perfectly avoided the wind and fire inside the Supreme Treasure space. A handsome man with a pair of pointy ears was carefully controlling the flying boat. Those who dared to explore the depths of the myriad world's ruins were naturally heavenly venerable experts. This was Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing from the Red Lotus Sacred Ground. He was a famous third-step heavenly venerable in the Chaos Sea and loved to explore. He often appeared in the various dangerous places in the Chaos Sea. It shouldn't be. I clearly sensed an abnormal fluctuation nearby. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing frowned and carefully sensed. He didn't use his spiritual consciousness to search wantonly. In the myriad world's ruins, the biggest taboo was to use one's spiritual consciousness to explore wantonly. That would attract the strange green wind and white flames. The spacetime here is completely still. Normally, there won't be any fluctuations unless other experts pass by or a new void world space is born. I'm not slow. The moment I sensed the abnormal fluctuation, I rushed over quickly. If there really are other heavenly venerable experts, I'll definitely be able to discover them. However, there are no signs of a void world space being born here. Strange, strange. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing shook his head repeatedly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the next moment, the abnormal spatial fluctuation appeared again and became stronger. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing followed the direction he sensed and controlled the flying boat Supreme Treasure to approach it. Soon, he saw a scene that terrified him. Run! Without thinking, he quickly changed direction and fled toward the top of the Myriad World's ruins. He was in a panic. He did not even have time to take the safe path. Even deeper in the Myriad World's ruins, endless green wind and white flames filled the bottom of the entire Myriad World's ruins. It was like a huge fountain that was gushing up crazily. The huge volume gushed up. Although it looked slow, it was actually very fast. 1 second was 100 light years. The depth of the Myriad World's ruins was only 90,000 light years. With the speed of the green wind and white flames, it would only take 15 minutes to completely fill the entire Myriad World's ruins. In addition, the space-time inside the Myriad World's ruins was completely still. It was impossible to use teleportation techniques. As long as one's flying speed was slower than the speed of the wind and fire, they would definitely be trapped. No. Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing was terrified. In just 2 seconds, he was caught up. Boom. Like a roaring wave, the terrifying energy formed by the wind and fire drowned his flying boat Supreme Treasure. Not only Heavenly Venerable Zhuo Qing, but all the experts in the Myriad World's ruins, be it Heavenly Venerables or Tao Lords, were already too late when they saw the terrifying energy fountain formed by the wind and fire. Run. Terrifying. Terrifying. It's over. Is the crisis of this calamity coming in advance? The wind and fire of the Myriad World's ruins is one of the most dangerous and strange things in the Chaos Sea. With such a huge amount gushing out, are they going to destroy the entire Chaos Sea? Those experts all fled in fear, but none of them could escape the engulfment of the wind and fire. The strange wind and fire would kill anyone who came into contact with it. In just 2 to 3 minutes, the news spread rapidly in the Chaos Sea. For a time, all the major forces were in a state of panic. At the same time, the humans of the Fourth Universe also learned of the news. The experts of the human race and their camp were basically wandering in the Goldflow River. River Word was the only one who had ventured into the Wanjie ruins. Therefore, Tao Lord Nine Clouds immediately sent a message to Jiang Xi's clone, asking Jiang Xi to leave quickly. The Qingyuan clan's void world space was more than 60,000 light-years deep in the Myriad World's ruins. At the moment, Jiang Xi was still in seclusion in the space. In the past 10,000 years, he had not gone anywhere. He had been studying the inheritance of the Qingyuan clan and improving the grade of the killer shadow sword. When his clone received the message from Tao Lord Nine Clouds, he was also shocked. Those bizarre azure winds and white flames, just a wisp could take the life of an Empyrean powerhouse. Now, they were gushing out from the depths of the Myriad World's ruins like a fountain. Let's go. Jiang Xi did not hesitate and quickly left the void world space. As soon as he flew out of the Heavenspan Pavilion, he saw 4 outsider celestial monarchs fleeing for their lives on their air transportation precious treasures in the distance. The Myriad World's ruins was so huge that it was rare to see a foreign race heavenly master in normal times. Now, he saw 4 of them at a glance. It was conceivable that the heavenly masters in the depths of the Myriad World's ruins were frantically fleeing. Rumble. Soon, Jiang Xi sensed a strong abnormal fluctuation and saw a terrifying scene. Wind and fire fused together. Like green and white magma, they filled up the entire space and surged upwards. The huge rocks floating in the void were quickly submerged. A foreign race heavenly master was submerged by the wind and fire along with his flying treasure. The remaining 3 were also trapped and could not escape. Jiang Xi was horrified. He drove the Tongtian Tower to fly with all his might. He did not care about finding a safe route. If he could not escape, it would be useless to take a safe route. However, what made him despair was that he could not teleport in this still space. Those huge rocks and celestial bodies also limited their flying speed. Without enough space, It was difficult for the Tongtian Tower to increase its speed. It's over. Jiang Xi had just thought of this. Boom. The terrifying energy formed by the wind and fire instantly flooded the Tongtian Tower. Chapter 652. In just 15 minutes, the green wind and white flames from the depths of Wanjie ruins merged with each other and drowned the entire Wanjie ruins. The immeasurably deep abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years seemed to have turned into an ocean of green and white. After the green wind and white flames filled the Wanjie ruins, they stopped spreading outwards. The major forces in Chaos Sea heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that this was the crisis of the calamity. Wanjie ruins was the most dangerous place in Chaos Sea. The most dangerous things were the green wind and white flames. No expert dared to get involved with such strange things. If the energy of the fusion of wind and fire drowned the entire Chaos Sea, no living thing would survive. Soon, the major forces rushed to the edge of Wanjie ruins to take a closer look after confirming that the energy of the fusion of wind and fire would not spread out. No force has ever explored a place below 90,000 light-years, not even the two sacred grounds. I didn't expect such things to be hidden below. Rumor has it that there's a great terror buried under Wanjie ruins. It will bury Wanjie ruins sooner or later. Is this the great terror mentioned in the rumor? It's too terrifying. I remember that at least 4 third-step celestial venerables wandered here and did not escape. Everyone observed from afar. No force dared to get close. The distant Juntian sacred ground and Red Lotus sacred ground were also paying attention to this situation. As the two primes could not enter Chaos Sea, they could only find out what had happened through their subordinates. More than 10,000 years ago, Illusion Divine General said that he was exploring Wanjie ruins and that we should not disturb him if there was nothing. Could it be that this was caused by him? Great Sky Supreme was extremely surprised and bewildered. Back then, even he did not dare to enter the area below 90,000 light-years in Wanjie ruins. Perhaps only mixed origin divine generals had the guts to go in. Strange. Jun Tian Supreme suddenly frowned as if he had discovered something. There are so many green winds and white flames hidden under the ruins of myriad worlds. In the Star Realm and the Star Origin Realm, these two things are so weird that even the super experts in the Chaotic Origin Realm would turn pale upon hearing them. Supreme Red Lotus was also very surprised. The next moment, her face changed slightly and was filled with confusion. Strange. Exalted Celestial Clearwater and the other 18 Downlords of my race who were caught up in the chaos are still alive. Logically speaking, this should be impossible. The strangeness that even super experts were afraid of flooded the entire Wanjie ruins like an ocean. How could the celestial exalts and Downlords who had been drawn into the chaos possibly survive? After tens of thousands of years of conquest, the human race had become the overlord of the fourth universe. Now, several higher-ups were in a state of worry and panic. This was because the pillar of their race, Jiang Xi, had also been sucked into the wind and fire energies. Before this, Jiang Xi's clone had been cultivating in seclusion. Now, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, and other human experts immediately sought him out to ask about the latest situation. This was because Jiang Xi's true body was the strongest. If it died, it would be a great loss to Jiang Xi and the entire human race. It's strange. My original body didn't die. Jiang Xi was also puzzled. Not dead. How is that possible? Even a third-step exalted celestial would die if he was caught up in the too strangeness of the Wanjie ruins. Is it your heavenly tower that blocked the green wind and white flames? Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, and the others were shocked. Although they hoped that Jiang Xi was fine, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, and the others were still in disbelief when they heard this. Of course, the next moment, they heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how he survived, it was fine as long as he was fine. It's not heavenly tower. My original body is in a special space-time domain. It's chaotic, but it also seems like I'm passing through some space-time boundary wall. Jiang Xi could not confirm the situation. The other major factions in the Chaos Sea quickly discovered this because basically all the experts from the various factions had fallen into it. Some could confirm the situation through the doppelgangers of their own experts. Although some did not have clones, they could determine whether they were alive or dead through their life slips. Since they were not dead, there was hope for survival. Therefore, the major factions began to waiting for the experts who were drowned in the wind and fire energy to escape from the chaotic state. Many factions sent experts to be stationed near the Wanjie ruins. Whoosh, ripples appeared in the space. A figure appeared out of thin air. He wore an ancient animal skin robe and looked like a savage primitive. It was the most mysterious, heavenly venerable Qing Shi of the fourth universe. Although this mysterious existence had arrived long ago, no matter how the various factions searched, they could not find Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi in this void. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi stood in the void and silently looked at the wind and fire energy that was slowly rolling. Just like that, he silently looked through the transmission of space-time as if he could see the scene in the depths of the Wanjie ruins. After a long time, finally, it's here. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi murmured softly. He stepped on the void and quickly came to the edge of the Wanjie ruins. He was only one step away from the wind and fire energy that the various factions were trying to avoid. He squatted down and gently grabbed a handful of the magma-like wind and fire energy. That strange energy that would cause anyone's expression to change upon hearing it actually did not cause any harm to him. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi suddenly laughed out loud. He laughed until his whole body was trembling. Gradually, the crazy laughter became more and more mournful, containing a hysterical and endless hatred. Finally, the laughter gradually disappeared. He sat at the edge of the Wanjie ruins and gently grabbed the wind and fire energy with one hand. Sparkling tears that glowed with golden light silently fell from the corners of his eyes. Wind and fire converge, dream origin world, this is what you said back then, you're here, you're finally back. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi's fingers were trembling. Dream origin world, dream back to the origin world, I wonder how many old friends are there. Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi raised his head and looked at the endless void above, as if he could see the upper world. Sooner or later, we'll return it 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Then, he stepped into the void, took a step forward, and disappeared into the void. Jiang Xi realized that even heaven-reaching tower could not block the wind and fire energy. This energy was like magma, filling up the space of the heavenly tower's treasure and drowning him strangely. Although the energy looked strange, it did not cause any harm to him. It only limited his spiritual senses and prevented him from seeing the situation outside. It's not that it's harmless, but that the energy can't harm me because my body and primordial spirit are stronger than most heavenly venerables. If it was an ordinary desolate level Tao Lord, I'm afraid he would have died by now. Moreover, the strength of the wind and fire energy is gradually increasing. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll be killed by the energy in the end. Jiang Xi looked serious and did not relax at all. Fortunately, his sharp intuition told him that he was traveling at extreme speed, as if he was passing through a barrier. After an unknown period of time, boom! Heaven-reaching tower seemed to have broken out of the water and rushed into a new world. Blue sky and white clouds above, wild continent below. The entire world was vast and boundless, giving off an extremely primitive feeling. After Jiang Xi entered, he immediately sensed that the outside world was filled with an incomparable aura. It was an aura that made one unable to help but feel happy. His body and primordial spirit were cheering, like a fish that had finally entered a lake from a small puddle in the desert. That wonderful feeling made his heart tremble. It's too comfortable. There's no restriction or suppression at all. There's actually no heaven-earth law restriction of Chaos Sea here. Could it be that I've entered the primordial realm? If that's the case. Jiang Xi's eyes widened and his face flushed red with excitement. He thought of something unbelievable. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful place. There's actually no restriction at all. Without the heaven-earth law of Chaos Sea, my body, my primordial spirit, and my secret techniques can be used to my heart's content. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear, who was the first to be swept in, was also incomparably excited and carefree. He was a third step heavenly venerable of the Red Lotus sacred ground. Before the Red Lotus sacred ground was established, his body had already reached the limit of a heavenly venerable and was even close to the eternal supreme realm. Unfortunately, the calamity had already descended at that time and he had no chance to make another breakthrough. He could only stay in Red Lotus Supreme's sacred ground universe. However, his body remained at the half-step supreme realm, which also made him a transcendent existence. In this calamity era, only heavenly venerable purple firmament back then could suppress him. After heavenly venerable purple firmament was suppressed by the fourth universe, heavenly venerable pure clear was fully deserving of the title of the number one powerhouse in Chaos Sea. As for Juntian Supreme and Red Lotus Supreme, they were only in name and could not leave the sacred ground universe at all. Ever since I became a half-step supreme, under the suppression of Chaos Sea's heaven-earth law, I've never truly unleashed all my strength. Now, in this world, there's actually no such overbearing heaven-earth law. I can use all my strength to my heart's content. Heavenly venerable pure clear laughed. Let's take a look at this world and see what secrets it has. Could this be the legendary upper realm? Swoosh. Heavenly venerable pure clear controlled his flying true treasure and rapidly flew downwards. Soon, he landed on the barren land. This was an ancient and boundless land, surrounded by boundless mountain ranges that rose and fell continuously. The energy that filled the land was more comfortable than the heaven and earth spirit energy in Chaos Sea. This is the place where powerhouses should live. Heavenly venerable pure clear was full of smiles as he explored this land. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated. Boom. A beam of light flickered in the distance. Its speed far exceeded 100 times or 1,000 times the speed of light and directly appeared in front of heavenly venerable pure clear. It was a huge, sinister beast with 6 heads and a mouth full of fangs. This evil beast looked down at heavenly venerable pure clear and let out a furious roar. Scram! This is my territory. Heavenly venerable pure clear was a little confused. The moment he saw this evil beast, he recognized its strength. It was also at the heavenly venerable level. Second step heavenly venerable. Heavenly venerable pure clear was in disbelief. Although he had a premonition that this world was not simple, this complexity had already exceeded his imagination. One had to know, in the vast Chaos Sea, the number of Empyrean powerhouses from various factions added up was just over 100. Normally, being able to see one was a very difficult thing. He did not expect that in this world, the first living being he encountered was actually an Empyrean powerhouse. Furthermore, it was a second-step Empyrean. Scram! The evil beast roared angrily again, issuing a warning. Heavenly venerable pure clear was even more confused. Because he understood, but did not know how to say it. Very clearly, the language that this evil beast spoke was a very special language. Even if one did not understand, one could easily understand the meaning in the words. It was just that he did not know how to say it. I-U-R. Heavenly venerable pure clear opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Roar. The evil beast was enraged. It saw that the other party was a little stronger than it, so it did not attack immediately and only warned. But this guy with 2 pointy ears in front of it actually dared to ignore it. This was provoking it. Boom. The evil beast instantly turned into a stream of light. Only to see 6 dazzling arcs of light appear in the world. It was shot out from its 6 heads, directly sweeping towards heavenly venerable pure clear. Heavenly venerable pure clear jumped in fright and hurriedly teleported to dodge. Boom. 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 Immediately, 6 huge canyons appeared in the surrounding millions of kilometers of land. This is a second-step Empyrean. Heavenly venerable pure clear was alarmed. That power just now was already not much different from a third-step Empyrean in the Chaos Sea. Seeing that the evil beast still wanted to attack, he immediately panicked and wanted to send a spiritual sense voice transmission over. Through spiritual sense voice transmission, there was no need for that special language to completely express the meaning. However, just as his spiritual sense was transmitted over, it was directly shattered by the evil beast. You want to use an essence spirit attack? The evil beast was even more furious. Flames of anger soared to the sky as violent energy condensed once more. Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear was even more helpless. He only wanted to send a voice transmission and communicate. "I'm not fighting with you," Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear hurriedly said. Roar. The evil beast ignored him and charged over with a roar. Before the wind and fire energy gushed out, there were about 200 experts wandering in the myriad world ruins. They also entered this world one after another. However, they were all very lucky. They were not as unlucky as Heavenly Venerable Pure Clear, who encountered a native Heavenly Venerable expert the moment he entered. When everyone discovered that this world was actually completely different from the Chaos Sea, they were all pleasantly surprised. They thought that they had arrived at a wonderful world that hid great opportunities. Whoosh! The heaven-connecting tower descended onto a vast plain. Immediately after, heaven-reaching tower disappeared. Jiang Ci, who was wearing black battle armor and carrying the killing shadow sword, appeared out of thin air. What a wonderful world! Jiang Ci took a deep breath. The energy that was clearly of a higher level than the heaven and earth spirit chi rapidly surged into his body. A world without the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth law, an incomparably stable world. Even I find it difficult to destroy the space of this world. Kai. Jiang Ci slashed out with his sword. The killing shadow sword that had already reached the peak of rank 8 did not cut through space. If this was the Chaos Sea, he could shatter the void with a single slash. However, in this world, he did not even leave behind a trace of space. The stability of this world was far beyond his imagination. Beautiful, stable, magical. Jiang Ci found it difficult to suppress the excitement in his heart. To me, without the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth law is the greatest opportunity. This is because I can see all the 8 clouds' inheritance and am no longer limited by the heavenly venerable limit. Eternal. Primordial chaos. I can see it all. In this world, I can even cultivate to the eternal realm directly. Jiang Ci thought excitedly. Chapter 653. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Jiang Ci was excited, a figure suddenly leaped forward in the distance. It stepped on the ground like lightning and soon landed in front of Jiang Ci. It was a child with black braids. He was holding a large piece of barbecued meat in his hand and eating it deliciously. The child looked at Jiang Ci. Outsider, this is the territory of my timing tribe. Why did you barge in without permission? Could it be that you are the kind of traveler that the elders of the tribe talked about, the one who travels the world? River Word, on the other hand, was shocked. Language. The strength of the child in front of him was average, at the level of a 9th tribulation transcender. However, the language the child spoke was actually the common language of the primordial realm recorded in the 8 Clouds legacy. Is this really the primordial realm? Jiang Ci was very surprised. Then, he nodded and said, "Yes, I am a traveler." He used the very standard common language of the primordial realm. When he was in the 8 Clouds Pavilion, he studied the entire basic legacy of the primordial realm's civilization. Naturally, he knew the primordial realm's common language, and it was the most authentic one. Wow, I also want to be a traveler. However, I have to become a perfected monarch before I can go out and travel. The child's eyes were filled with desire. Jiang Ci smiled, but the surprise in his heart did not fade. The creatures of this world seemed very powerful. Just a random child he met had the strength of a 9th tribulation transcender. Then, what about the powerhouses above that? Then, he went to the timing tribe under the child's invitation. During the conversation with the child, Jiang Ci learned a lot about this world. This world was called the Dream Origin Realm. In the eyes of the child, this was a boundless world. Only by becoming a perfected monarch could one leave the tribe and travel around. It's not the primordial realm, but the strength of the creatures here is somewhat similar to that of the primordial realm. Jiang Ci was amazed. Because the people of the timing tribe could become perfected monarchs with a little effort. Our tribe is right in front of us. The child laughed in high spirits. Ha! Go back. From afar, He saw two majestic figures that were 100,000 kilometers tall fighting. One wielded a saber while the other wielded a spear. They fought like gods. One of them was sent flying, rolling and crashing into the foot of a mountain in the distance. Tao Lords. Jiang Xi was secretly shocked. Judging from the strength of their auras, they are all universe Tao Lords. Boom. Kill. One more round. Jiang Xi looked elsewhere, only to discover that there were many pairs of experts fighting in the distance. Every single one of them was at the Tao Lord level. The warriors of our tribe are all training here. The child chortled. Our timing tribe has 1 billion tribesmen. All of them are mighty warriors who have experienced countless life-and-death battles in order to become Tao Lords. 1 billion clansmen? Jiang Xi sighed inwardly. The Dream Origin realm was truly terrifying to be able to give birth to so many Tao Lords with just 1 billion clansmen. The human race now occupied more than 70% of the territory of the fourth universe. They had countless clansmen, but the number of Tao Lords they had didn't even exceed 30. Whoosh whoosh. Jiang Xi and the child flew forward, getting closer and closer to the core of the timing tribe. Oh! Jiang Xi saw 3 towering figures standing high in the sky. The 3 figures exuded powerful auras. They were all wearing black battle armor, carrying war hammers, axes, and other strength-type weapons. Heavenly venerables. Jiang Xi was shocked once again. How long had he been in this world? He had already seen 3 heavenly venerables. How powerful was the overall strength of the Dream Origin realm? Jiang Xi was originally very ambitious, but he immediately restrained such thoughts. He had to be cautious first. The timing tribe had 1 billion clansmen and was an extremely powerful tribe. Jiang Xi's true cultivation was still at the Tao Lord level. It was too common for young fellows like him to travel the world to train themselves. He couldn't even get an audience with the upper echelons of the tribe. However, he was warmly received by the hundreds of families around the child. There were also surrounding experts who came to spar with Jiang Xi. What a battle-crazed tribe. Jiang Xi sighed inwardly. Fourth universe, human territory. Jiang Xi's avatar and Tao Lord 9 Clouds were together. They had been waiting for the latest news from Jiang Xi's original body. Master, I can confirm that it is a powerful world called the Dream Origin realm. It is similar to the primordial realm. From the information that I have just come into contact with, I can tell that the strength of this world is beyond our imagination. The language they use is also the common language of the primordial realm. I have learned it from 8 Clouds' legacy. Now, I will pass this language to you. You can also let the upper echelons of the human race learn it. Jiang Xi said solemnly. Since his original body could enter the Dream Origin realm after being sucked into the wind and fire energy of the myriad world ruins, it meant that other experts could enter as well. Perhaps, the various factions in the Chaos Sea had already started preparing to enter. The human race naturally couldn't fall behind. Now, the more the human race knew about the Dream Origin realm, the greater the advantage they would have when they entered. Dream Origin realm. Primordial realm. It seems like the Dream Origin realm hides a huge secret. The language you mentioned is very important. It is the most important part of the assimilation process for outsiders. Tao Lord 9 Clouds also knew the key. Since you said that there is a chance to cultivate eternity in there, you should seize it. If the upper echelons of the human race want to enter, you don't have to take care of them. Just take care of yourself. Tao Lord 9 Clouds exhorted again. Jiang Xi nodded. The truth was just as Jiang Xi and Tao Lord 9 Clouds thought. Through the experts that were trapped in the Dream Origin realm, the various factions in the Chaos Sea had confirmed one point: through the wind and fire energy of the myriad world ruins, they could enter a powerful world. Some factions already knew that it was the Dream Origin realm. Some were still clueless and were exploring. However, this information was enough. All the factions knew that there was an opportunity there. Therefore, they were all waiting for the right moment. Once the powerhouses in Dream Origin realm provided more information about Dream Origin realm, they would immediately send more powerhouses into Dream Origin realm. In another boundless mountain range in the dream origin realm. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic beast and heavenly venerable Zhuoqing were fighting in a frenzy. Idiot, is that all you have? Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing sneered. Come, come, come. Continue. Puny worm, you've angered me. You've angered me. The demonic beast was furious. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was even more arrogant. He no longer had the attitude of negotiating with the demonic beast. I've learned how to pronounce the word fire. An expert's memory was strong to begin with. As none of the factions in the Chaos Sea had ever spoken such a language, they did not even know how to pronounce it. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing naturally did not know how to pronounce it. Now, after hearing the demonic beast's pronunciations, coupled with the fact that he could understand the demonic beast's meaning, he immediately matched the pronunciation with the words. As such, it was not too difficult to master this language. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing kept provoking the demonic beast while trying hard to learn how to pronounce every word. In just half an hour of fighting, he had learned more than 500 words. Moreover, during the fight, he heard the demonic beast say the words Dream Origin Realm. Thus, he deduced that this world called Dream Origin Realm was not the legendary Upper Realm. You're too weak. You're not strong enough. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing continued to mock loudly. Roar. The demonic beast was really angry. This outsider in front of it was at a disadvantage because he had an armor treasure. A wild beast like it that was free and unfettered and occupied a territory in the wilderness naturally did not have any armor treasures. I've angered you. I've angered you. You're too weak. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing laughed and returned the pronunciation that he had learned previously. You are too shameless. The demonic beast roared and finally stopped. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing was secretly delighted. He had learned how to pronounce the word shameless again. He was not stupid. He had just entered the Dream Origin Realm and he had already met a heavenly venerable level expert. Clearly, the strength of the Dream Origin Realm was beyond his imagination. Thus, it was very important to learn the language here. I'll just pester this beast and learn how to pronounce words from it. No matter how much I offend it, I'll only offend you. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing thought to himself. You! Damn it! The strange vicious beast's fury soared to the heavens. It was forced into a corner. It roared at the sky, all of you, come over. This worm is too difficult to deal with. He has an armor treasure. Kill him and we'll split the spoils. Its voice spread out like thunder. In just a few seconds, powerful figures rushed over from different directions in this vast mountain range. They were all other demonic beasts. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing looked around and immediately confirmed that there were a total of 12 heavenly venerable level beast. You're too shameless. You call for help when you can't win. Heavenly venerable Zhuoqing shouted and turned into a stream of light, quickly escaping. Catch him. Don't let him escape. He has an armor treasure. It's extremely precious. The demonic beasts from before and the 12 that had just appeared immediately surrounded heavenly venerable Zhuoqing. Timing tribe stretched as far as the eye could see. A large number of tribesmen lived in various places. In one of the places, 2 figures were constantly changing their positions at lightning speed as they fought crazily. Bam! Jiang Xi's leg carried a dazzling golden light. Like a burning meteor, it struck the other party's chest. The burly man was sent flying by the kick. He slammed into a small mountain in the distance, causing the mountain to shake and a lot of rocks to fall off. Mountain C. The burly man who had been sent tumbling away leaped into the air and returned to the front with his long staff. He shouted, "Your kick is really powerful. I didn't even have time to block it. Previously, I also sparred with those travelers who came to our tribe. They weren't as powerful as you. Uncle Shan Hai must have traveled to many tribes." The hundreds of children who were watching the battle from afar cheered and ran over when they saw that the battle had stopped. Especially the child who had brought Jiang Xi to Timing tribe, Tai Luo, who was cheering excitedly. Ha ha! Jiang Xi smiled and patted Tai Luo's head. He had been a guest in Timing tribe for 3 days. In these 3 days, Jiang Xi created the most common image of a traveler. He was obsessed with fighting and often sparred with the warriors in the tribe. In the process, he learned more about the Dream Origin realm through these warriors. First of all, the Dream Origin realm was a very large world. Jiang Xi didn't know the exact number, but he was sure that the diameter of the Dream Origin realm was definitely more than 10 trillion light-years. It was beyond the limit of the eternal sacred land. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the 4 primal universes could surpass the Dream Origin realm. The Dream Origin realm is really extraordinary. Although it can't be compared to the Primal Origin realm recorded in the 8 Clouds Inheritance, the overall strength of this world is definitely greater than many of the superforces in the Primal Origin realm. Jiang Xi looked at the child Tai Luo and sighed in his heart. There were countless tribes in the Dream Origin realm. The tribes fought and killed each other crazily for survival space. Their warriors were also exceptionally powerful. Once a living being was born in the Dream Origin realm, as long as they reached adulthood, they would become tribulation transcenders. They breathed in the powerful energy of the Dream Origin realm since they were young. After a long time, they would naturally master a great Tao law. Everyone could become a tribulation transcender expert. After some more training, they could become a true monarch expert. However, there was still a certain degree of difficulty to become a Tao monarch expert. Usually, only one Tao monarch expert would appear in hundreds of true monarch-level tribe warriors. Comparatively speaking, there were much fewer heavenly venerables. Of course, this was the internal comparison of the Dream Origin realm. If it was compared to the Chaos Sea would be completely defeated. As for those who surpassed the heavenly venerables and reached the eternal supreme level, in the Chaos Sea, there were only 2 supreme level experts. But here, when Jiang Xi was communicating with the warriors of Timing Tribe, he heard that there was definitely an eternal supreme in this world. Moreover, Timing Tribe had one. He was the greatest existence in the entire Timing Tribe, tribe leader Timing. Because of the strength of this tribe leader, Timing Tribe's position in the Dream Origin realm was extremely stable. They were ranked among the strongest tribes. Eternal supreme. Jiang Xi was excited when he confirmed this news. This world really allowed the existence of an eternal supreme. If Timing Tribe alone had an eternal supreme, then there must be many eternal realm experts in the entire Dream Origin realm. There might even be powerful existences in the primordial chaos realm. At the same time, Jiang Xi also reorganized the 8 Clouds legacy in his memory. He went through all the information that he could not see in the Chaos Sea, including all the information about the Eternal Realm and the Primordial Chaos Realm. This gave him great confidence. Jiang Xi stayed in Timing Tribe for a few more days before he was ready to leave. He found his new friend Tai Yang, who he often sparred with these days. Tai Yang, I'm leaving. Leaving? Tai Yang was stunned. He was a very talented Tao monarch warrior in Timing Tribe. According to the entire tribe, Tai Yang could definitely be called a heavenly venerate expert. Jiang Xi had sparred with many warriors in Timing Tribe. This Tai Yang was the most difficult one to deal with. Of course, Jiang Xi deliberately hid his strength. He only showed the battle strength of a half-step heavenly venerate. This was enough to prove the strength of Tai Yang's talent. According to Jiang Xi's judgment, Tai Yang's talent should be similar to his master, Tao Monarch 9 Clouds. Are you going to continue your travels? Tai Yang asked again. No, I'm going to join the army this time. Jiang Xi smiled. Army? Tai Yang's eyes lit up. Yes, I've been traveling for a long time. It's time to challenge myself. I want to become stronger by joining the army. Joining the army of my king is the best way. Countless experts in the entire Dream Origin realm are gathered there. There will be more and more powerful battles. Jiang Xi's voice was filled with anticipation. He was really looking forward to it because according to the warriors in Timing Tribe, the entire Dream Origin realm had a common master, the great Godly King. Godly King. Since he dared to use these 2 words, Jiang Xi immediately concluded that he was a super expert in the primordial chaos Godly King realm. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.